Oh. And y'all. Oh. I bought down. I bought down again. Oh no, we're good. Welcome D Live and welcome YouTube. I passed out the dough already. 20,000, 10,000, and 5,000 dough gives out respectively to the first 3 people here. So that has been done. Golden Coin, Mark Hopper, and El Barto for being here. Here's a little something for everybody. Now that everybody said something, you all get a little payment here. Boom. 5,000 dough to everybody. Don't forget to do the awesome. Awesome reduces to the first person that gets it the most. There's only 20 of them available. Cheers. I haven't seen any kitties yet. It's rained last night. As you can see, it's wet out there. Simon has started eating already, of course. About 30 minutes left for his food. Sweet Pea vacuumed hers up in about 5 minutes or less. Probably about 2 minutes. She's all full and fat, ready to play, rolling around. Oh, cute right there. Look at her rolling around. She never rolls around like that. Her back. Does she? She never does that. That's something. We're witnessing something right now. Simon! Damn. Not content anymore. So, I've done his litter box, of course. I've done her litter box. I've given him his medicines, including thyroid and the fish oil. The fish oil really does seem to be helping Simon. His hair's growing back on his back legs. And he seems to be like, he used to quickly go to bite stuff. It'd be like he had to do it right now. He'd go really fast to it and start biting on it. Not doing that like he was before. You noticing that? He might do it every now and then to his toe. I think one of his toes is bothering him. Maybe I need to help him. One of the nails. It's really close to the wick though, so I don't know how much shorter I can cut it. But I think the fish oil is working. It's my least favorite thing to do in the morning because I'm still kind of asleep and I've already taken a shower by that point. But like, I don't know. I'm always nervous about because the plunger sticks a little bit sometimes, and it'll just go like really, and then he moves his head a little bit sometimes too. So, and I don't want to choke him with squirting a milliliter and 1.5 milliliters of liquid into his mouth and him gagging on it. So it's an ordeal giving him that one now. But I really think it's helping. It seems to be. His hair growing back's a major sign. And he's been eating like the food that's left. He hasn't been eating all the food left over in the morning, but he is eating some of it, so that's cool. I'll get out of the shower and some of the food will be eaten. I do have to stir it all the time though to get him to eat, but still, whatever. He's gotten used to that. Anything else happened this morning? I'm just going to put out Fancy Feast and Ziwi, 1 plate of each, just to see how that goes for now. I have other plates ready, but I don't want to see. Mama acts different if I just put, because I haven't seen Mama, so that's why I'm going to put the Ziwi out also, just in case Fluffy shows up. I'd rather her vacuum that up. It might not, I don't know. We'll see. Today might be weird since it rained. But now, so. Oh, that's true. That's true. Thanks for reminding me. That is true. He jumped to the second level from the chair, which is something I hadn't seen him do. I don't know how long. Half a year? So that's, yeah. Maybe it'll get better. It might get better over the next couple of weeks, too. That stuff builds up over time. The last couple of days, I gave him a little bit more than 1 tea or the 1/4 teaspoon. A little bit more than 1 pump. He keeps trying to get him to play with that ball. That's the second time that she's hit it in front of him this morning. Maybe she can sense it too that he's feeling a little better. Oh, there goes. Good with that thing. Damn, that means I have to wipe my shoes off when I come back in. Grass is gonna get my feet wet when I go back. Oh man. Oops. I just broke through to the other side. You see the size of that chicken? Oh, okay. I get that reference? See the size of that chicken? Buddy, come on, nobody? I'm gonna know that one. Where's my psychonauts at? Where are all my Emilio fans? That's another movie, by the way. Emilio! Emilio! What movie is that? Anybody know what movie that is? In a row? Is this thing muted? Oh no. Okay, here's another clue on the second movie. Oh god damn, I got a crick in my neck still. No, no, no. What is it? What is it? Ah, you got number 2. What's number 1? See the size of that chicken? Man, am I older than all of y'all or something? Don't y'all be cheating. Somebody's looking it up right now, probably. I'm giving it away in 3, 2, You cheated, Bardo. Get out of here. I knew I knew somebody was gonna cheat. Not denying it. Hmm. It was a great movie. Yeah. And it was the first time as a child that I witnessed people doing psychedelics. 'Cause I saw it when it was new in the VHS form at the Blockbuster. No movies for you when you were a kid? Oh man, I was like the cable guy when I was a kid. I grew up on movies, man. I've seen so many movies. That's why I just like did two in a row right there out of nowhere at 7:40 in the morning. I used to be a movie fanatic before I was a streamer. Yeah, man. I don't watch that many now, but movies nowadays kind of suck. All right. Oppenheimer was good, but most of them suck. This, yes, take this with me. I'll be right back. It's time to go. Hopefully, Mom is under the house and just going to pop out and just start eating. wipe them off. Help me. Ah, no. I don't know. Help make them a little less dusty, dude. My hands are dry, way too dry. I think it's from their petting them. Or like ragging them down periodically throughout the day. Because that dust just coats their skin. I get them some of the most dust free, or 99.9% supposedly. And yeah, I can steal it. Like first thing in the morning, right out of the shower, if I pet one of them, instantly I can feel it coating. Simon was young. I used to get him the litter at Costco. It's super cheap and it's very strongly fragrance. The one I was getting was a fresh step or something. And every time I would pet him, just one pet, I would smell my hand and it would smell exactly like the cat litter. And it really would gross me out and caused me to not pet him very much when he was younger. I felt kind of like obligated to find a litter that at least I didn't smell on my hand every time I petted him. And that's what started me along the line of like spending more on cat litter so that I could pet him more and not be grossed out. I didn't want to just be like, get away from me, cat. You fucking stink. Cat litter. Marquez. Bueller. Oh. Kitty, you're in my way right now. My kid. Oh. Oh man, I had to bring a water. That was killing me. Oh, girl. Oh my god, throat hurt. Coughed. I coughed while I was exhaling. Oh, the major no-no. Northwest, they... Oh. He's eating Ziwi. Man, she looks really hungry. She does look thinner. She does look thinner, dude. Shit. A little bit. Sorry, y'all. I really screwed my throat up just now. Mm. I didn't put any fish oil in any of that food at all because I didn't know who was going to be eating. But I'm just going to let it go. Let her eat what she eats. She doesn't necessarily need it every day, I guess. As long as she eats. Oh, that's Simon's food. That was fresh Simon's food in the front. The back one is old Simon's food. I'm just testing to see if they can smell his saliva and if they care. She's hungry, but she's freaking out. She's in a hurry to get back to him, probably. Probably in such a hurry to get back to him right now. Kitty. Because she's acting much more nervous than usual. Simon in. Come on. Oh, that means she didn't have him out of the house then. Yay. Hopefully she had him somewhere that is alright though, man. Must be better than under the house. Big Blast and Boolio. That's what I'm talking about, Harper. Mark Harper. What are you talking about? In the wrong chat again? Did she eat all that fancy beast already? If so, that was like a record. She definitely doesn't want to eat any assignments from last night. Gonna go ahead just a little bit more or what? 3 more minutes to eat. What the fuck is this problem? How did we get to start to talking about fish, man? I don't know what's happening. Are you fishing? Damn, she ate that fast. Dog across the street.
No, get.
A little smaller. Goes. Hey, skip down. This is a car in front of my place. Waiting for this lady dog to stop fucking walking the other side. Came over. Oh, what? Tipping the bumper to a Kia. Might be coming back over here, like on this side of the street. I couldn't see down the street anymore. Weird. Like I thought she was gonna go into one of the backyards, but all right. Well, I'm gonna go take another fancy feast out, I guess, and a little bit more something else out there. You really ate a lot very fast, dude. That's almost a full can of fancy feast. That was 80 grams of ziwi on the left, and she looks like she ate at least half of that. And she definitely looks skinnier a little bit. Even ate probably maybe, I don't know, a quarter of Simon's food. But yeah, she scarfed, dude. Can't have my water. No, you can't. Ow! No, no. Gonna knock it off probably. Try to get it. Hey, don't bite my. Get my beard. I'm just gonna have to wipe her down every time I see her take or go into the litter box because she's coated in that dust. I have to bring a paper towel in here. Come back. Hey, you're right, man. She knocked it off. Yeah, dude, she ate a lot of food. There was probably 85 grams of ziwi, which is a lot. Normally, because I went ahead and dumped out the whole can I had left on that one. The fancy feast was nearly all gone. That was an entire can of fancy feast. So, and she took a couple bites out of Simon's food. So that was, man, that was so much food so fast. She's really got to get back to the babies because it's cold. It's too cold for them. They can't survive in this temperature for very long. It's unfortunate that she probably had them outside somewhere right now when it's getting down to 44 degrees, coming up pretty soon here at night. That's dangerous. Anything below 45 is dangerous. They always have them. Man, why do they always have them at the worst time? Same with Sweet Pea, man. She was birthed at a really cold time of year, too. Bummer. I wish I could have helped more with her. Like, if she would have been going in the backyard, I might have considered getting her a little shelter, something with heat in it, because I could have powered it and stuff, and she could have had them in there. But I don't think she ever goes that direction or goes into the backyard to even see that it would have been like an option. And if I would have put it in the walkway, it would have been a major pain in the ass because, for one, the power cord would have had to been much longer, and I would have to pick it up every Wednesday for trash day. Like, I was trying to avoid having to pick it up for trash day, really. Maybe I should have just dealt with it. But then that, I don't, could have had a little cat house right there with tucks in it. I'll never know if it would have been the right idea or not, but why is everybody just taking off right now without saying shit? 4 people just left without saying a fucking word. And yesterday I got half as many likes as I did the day prior to that, and the day prior to that, and the day prior to that. Thumbs up. I just say something that was stupid. Like when you lose almost half the people here in one sentence. Was that retarded right there? I just kept my mouth shut. I just came here and sat here and stared. Looking better. I usually have to get crusties out of the corners of his eyes. I didn't have to do that today. Interesting. I feel better. Oils. Wanting to be in the lap, I guess. He's feeling the lap today. On the love. I'm feeling it. Pressing on my butt, Simon. They, damn, I thought Trump was going to go to the UN for a second. Oh, that would have been content. What the hell is this? Dude. It's a bunch of Muslim men with their shirts off for some reason. Live. In Westminster, London. Islamic procession. Why can't I hear it? The fuck? Oh, it's muted, that's why. Dude, your religion is fucking bullshit, just so you know. If you're Muslim, it's extra bullshit. Because Allah performed no miracles. It was just some dude that get high as shit in a cave and came back with some stories, and they all believed it and latched onto it because they didn't have their own prophet. They wanted a prophet. These people felt left out. What the fuck are they doing? Dude actually has bruised his chest from punching himself in the chest. What kind of weird religion believes in hurting yourself by slapping yourself? This one does. Because they're definitely trying to hurt themselves as if it's some sort of spiritual experience. Is there any other westernized... This isn't a Western religion, but do any Western religions inflict physical pain on themselves? This is a serious question. I mean, besides fasting, fasting's different. That is physically painful at first, but you get past it. Just like this, though, it doesn't hurt anymore. After they do this for a certain amount of time, they don't even feel it. It's numbed up. But,
sorry, brother. Fine, bro.
oh, this dude's fucking scarred up from some weird shit that he's done. Look at his back, dude. Holy cow. This one on the right. One on the left's small compared to this guy's. That's something else they do, where they take this thing and they swing it by a rope and it stabs them in the back over and over. Like, that's... I don't think any other religion does anything that crazy. Okay. Native Americans do the sun dance, which might actually be considered crazier than that. Where they put these hooks into their chests and they suspend themselves from trees. That, I don't know, man. It doesn't cause a bunch of scarring and shit like that, though. It's not quite as barbaric. It's more controlled. The thing where they hit themselves in the back with that piece of metal over and over, like, they don't know what the fuck's gonna happen with that. It's just whatever happens, happens. With the Sundance, they put these hooks in specific spots so that they don't rip out, they don't accidentally hit something they're not supposed to. This is live in London. You're just now joining. All the kids getting into it. Oh, cause it's weird seeing the kid do it. This guy's not even hardly doing it, man. I want to see some redness in your titties, buddy. Why do they have the kids? The kids are all like this. The men are all facing each other, and the kids are all like in the middle. Because there's another kid that's facing that direction, and I thought I saw another kid on the left that was also facing this direction. Oh, maybe. Yeah, but they're more likely to get married, though, aren't they? Like, religious people feel like that's their life obligation to get married, have kids, and... This guy, like, he's tired already. This is the most workout he's gotten in like a year or two. Like, I can't do this anymore, man. I can't breathe. How long do they do this though, man? They're gonna move on to a different dance after this. Or hitting their stomach or something. Dude, there's Big Ben in the background. Isn't it? I don't know. I've never been. No, this Big Ben. Right? I've never been to London, dude. Never been to England. I almost went to England. I was considering not coming back to America for longer. And just going to England to reset my visa. They're not in the Schengen zone or Schengen zone. You can go there to reset your visa. You have to stay there for a little while, though. How long it was. Britannia. Why has this guy got a tattoo of upside down Florida on his chest? Is he saying Florida is at a time of they're having an emergency in Florida? He ain't fucking around because he knows the camera's on him and his shirt's off, so he's hitting it. He hitting that shit. He's like, man, I deserve it. I'm a dirtbag. God, I'm a shitbag. I hate myself. This guy's humping the air while he's doing it. Bop, 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 bop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think he hit his nipple too hard. He yelled. They try not to hit the nipple, you notice. Pussies. Real Muslims hit the nipple right on smack dab on it. Allah hit the nipple. It's in the Quran, man. You're not interpreting it correctly. The black people? Where are all the black people? Dude, we have more black Muslims here than anything else, it seems, doesn't it? They better start doing this here. They're fake Muslims. I mean, let's be real, most of them are fake Muslims, because the real Muslims are radicalized as shit. The fake ones are all peaceful. You know, it used to be like, we'd think, no man, those aren't real Muslims, the radical ones. No, those are like those are the crazy Muslims. No, I should switch, dude. The ones that are sweet, those are a cover-up for the real shit that's going on. Like, if these dudes had their way, they would free Gaza, they would bomb the shit out of America, England would be theirs now, Ottoman Empire again, motherfucker, whatever. Everybody be speaking Turkish. Oh, they speak Arabic there too, don't they? It's wild how Turkey lost everything like that, right? Like, they used to be huge. They're still everywhere in Austria. And they're serving pizza of all things. Turkish people all over Vienna are serving pizza. Even though they border Italy. Austria. There are more Turkish pizza places in Austria than there are Italian. From what I saw. You can buy like a slice real quick. That's where I first had corn and tuna pizza from one of them. Pretty good. Not until you try it. You can even buy that same pizza in the grocery store frozen. Corn and tuna. It's a different world, man. Big, huge world. A lot of differences. Get a passport if you don't have one. Without a passport, you're not going to ever think about going anywhere else, because you can't. It takes months to get them. Once you have one, you can get on a plane overnight and be in another country. Done it. On a whim, I've done that. Like, I thought she was cheating on me. Oh, I'm going right back. The next day I was in Austria. And she was cheating on me. She was my fiance at that point. She had my mom's engagement ring. I had to go find out more. Baby? Ottoman Empire, isn't that what I said? What did I say? This dude right here is freaking built though. This is like the warrior of the bunch. Everybody else is kind of fat. Big ass beard too. And he's bald. That dude's slaying the poon. Britain sent all their black people here? Did they really? At least they sound educated. Well, do they know English? If they do, they sound super educated. English black people. They're probably better than African black people. But unless they've just passed through and they just came straight from England to... What is this guy doing there? Straight from England to Venezuela and up the Panama Canal, Bering Gap, whatever. What do they do this for? What are they saying? They're doing it because they're... It's like, I think it's like a Hail Mary, Rosemary, whatever. Their religious leader has said how many beatings they have to give themselves. Each song is one beating. These have been very bad boys. That's why they all look like thugs. A lot of them. Oh shit, I even noticed they are barefooted. What's the temperature in London right now? 46 degrees. Damn, and with a light rain. And they don't have jackets on or anything. Damn, I realized it was that. Dude, it's cold as shit out there right now. For like, it's cold outside here, and I would definitely not want to be barefooted on wet. No shirt on. Hitting myself. Does the kid have his shoes off though? I want to see the kid's feet. Dang it! Oh no, this kid doesn't. I can't see the other ones. Yeah, I see weird stuff like this because I'm subbed to people from back in the protest days. That's why I'm seeing this one.
Hope everything's alright, guys. It's going to cross to the other side just for a moment. If I make it. If I don't make it, tell my mum I love her, alright? Shit.
Why all the cars look weird out there?
Save me, bro. You're a star. The other cyclist, he wouldn't be a star.
I have like weird squished in looking front ends on them.
I couldn't check the chat. I had like the stream like hidden.
Those did. Yeah, that one does too.
I don't know what's going to happen to these people, you know. If they get upset, I'm streaming. I don't know.
Oh really? Oh, they're upset. What the fuck? Wasn't that just too bad?
I don't know what else is going to happen.
How long?
Should I go back there? I just need a little break. Constant battle of being not in the road. Paul Essex was getting PTSD. I don't know. I have to hold everything right, and basically to keep the cycle lane free, and as usual with all my fellow brown people, they have proximity issues. Everyone's next to each other. I don't know. I'm gonna stay here for a bit. What do you guys think? Should I go back? I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm kind of itching to go and make a little video. Join in. Crooked Buddha. My bird watching. Are you watching? I'll slap her bum. I won't slap myself. Why do you slap yourself?
I asked how long they do it and why, but nobody is answering.
Kenneth, no, don't go back unless it's a different song. They are repeating. That's just what they did.
They all get in a trance together is what it is.
I honestly don't have an issue. I mean, like, they do their thing. They're doing it here, right? It means something to them, you know. So I don't think they're hurting anybody. They're just there. I mean, in England, I do this too. I go to the fucking pub, drink beers. Like, it hurts us. It really hurts us. I still do it. No one talks about that.
Why don't you stop doing it then, buddy?
I mean, from my perspective, I've never seen it in real life. I know this thing happens, but I don't know, part of me is like, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. They all got battle scars, you know. Like, it is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like,
it's not actually cool. It shows how
done this to themselves before.
crazy they are, and
chests of red. Some of them are doing it a lot harder than
one of them will probably slice your throat if they had the chance.
So it's like, it's pretty impressive. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. What do you guys think?
They're willing to hurt themselves like that. They're definitely willing to hurt other people. I think. I think they look like it, the types.
You're hitting yourself. You're not hitting other
tattoos and shit.
You know, like people in Africa.
Probably gonna be fucking ISIS.
I don't know what country it is. I might not say the wrong country, but you know, people put like scars on their faces and different practices.
I'd say they look like ISIS.
You know, this could be one of those things. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty cool to watch.
They look like ISIS.
Fair play. As long as it's not hurting somebody else, anybody else, do what you want. What is it about? What they do? It's a procession to commemorate an imam. Right, I didn't do all the research, but like I was going through a list this morning. But they do this every year.
Someone said if we did this on their streets, they would behead us.
Commemoration of an
It's
imam.
so true.
Basket, you can see. And they just zoom in. We'd have a casket. That's it.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. Get the fuck out of here. I wouldn't like it. What's in the casket? They need to check that fucker out if it explodes in a minute, because they got a crowd and they all Allah Akbar it. We used to not let shit, like, right after 9/11, can you imagine us letting this happen? Any country that's Western? Hell no. They would see this and be like, what's in the box? What are y'all doing out here? And this is how far we've came. We're so progressive.
Alright, really wet.
We're so progressive. That's cool.
I'm gonna fuck off. Jesus.
I'm just gonna say that. Imagine.
Umbrella. An umbrella for my camera. I think I'm done, guys. I'm done. I mean, if any of you guys want to watch that, keep watching that. Let me know now. But my feet are freezing. Everything's freezing. Everything's getting wet. I got a new lens. I can't get it. They get wet.
Imagine this happening after 9/11. London is so progressive.
No. Guys, can you remember the song? Da, 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 da.
Too progressive, probably.
No. The thing is, yeah, look, the Doe show. Imagine this happening after 9/11. It probably did. It probably did happen after and before. And like, you just don't notice. You don't realize. No one was paying attention. You know, no one realized what was happening. It wasn't a big issue. People just did their things. You know, as long as it didn't hurt anybody, then who cares?
It was definitely an issue.
Something about London, like
if we,
this country in the
bro,
I'm not promoting multiculturalism. That thing,
in London,
like the idea, whatever it is, that's all right. The ideology. But I'm saying, in England, you can be whoever you want to be. You can do what you want as long as it doesn't affect anybody else. It's fine. You
You
make your own little
think
community center, make your own clubs, do what the fuck you want.
London would be okay with them doing this
The issue
on
now is that everything is affecting everybody else.
that bridge the
All by
day
design. All by design.
the day after 9/11? If these people would have been on that bridge, you think London would have been okay with it?
There's a chat.
That
There's
box
chat.
up there?
No. Chat's disappeared. What happened? Is it the rain? I think it's the rain.
I don't think so, dude. I think the whole world was on security alert, and they would have been wanting to know what's in that casket because people were walking across this major bridge, and there were like, I don't know, I think he's wrong with that. I don't think this could have happened shortly after 9/11.
Downfall of Britain has already happened, man.
I really don't think so.
It's just a bunch of guys hitting themselves.
Maybe he's too young to remember, or just
The downfall of Britain is people not realizing what's going on. Wake up. There are global powers at play.
all the
The world is a
ships.
stage. Understand that. Google that. The world is a stage.
It was such a crazy big deal, 9/11.
Focus on small little things.
All the ships in Pearl Harbor, all the Navy ships went out to sea.
Divide and conquer.
All the ships had to go underway. None of them stayed in
Today I was
port
giving you a window into what's happening. But it's my window.
because they weren't taking any chances of Pearl Harbor getting hit
Say
again.
what I mean.
It was definitely. It wasn't just in continental America that people were freaking out. London had to have been doing some extra security measures right afterwards. They're our
That was
biggest.
that's why I came out today. I looked at
Probably our biggest
things,
partner.
come for this. Meant to be at 1, came here. I was like, God damn it! What's the time now? Almost 4:45.
Isn't that wild? How at one point they were our biggest enemy.
Bum, bum.
Now they're our biggest partner. I mean, World War II had a lot to do with that, though, because if it weren't for them, World War II would have been lost. And if it weren't for us helping them by funding them, World War II would have been lost. England really took the brunt of World War II, and they held them back because of the money we were loaning them. We needed each other. Not as they, and people try to
Feelings attached.
compare the Ukraine to London back in the day and how we needed to get involved in World War II or it would have gotten way out of hand. But, like, I don't think Putin is Hitler, dude. That's the difference. Who's not trying to take over the whole world? And you know what? If he wants to have the USSR again, I don't really give a
What I
shit.
really need, right?
Back to the USSR.
Mine. I need a little umbrella. It sticks on top of my camera
She saw him, man.
for my stream.
It never helped, dude. If we wouldn't have helped Britain, we would all be speaking German right now.
He's like this.
Know your history.
Brown guy's gonna run across the road like they always do. I'm not.
Britain took so much. They had babies in gas mask bags and shit. We didn't have to deal with any of that, dude.
I wore the wrong shoes today.
Air raids constantly. But can you imagine the terror they had to go through?
Right, I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna head down Whitehall, but there might be something happening down there. I'll keep the stream on. But also, I need to.
They
visit the
kept
office.
Hitler from
Those
coming
who watch
across the
Norway
ocean to
streams
us.
Understand what that means. I need to see the office, so the stream is going to go into my pocket. And I'm going to mute the audio because the office, whatever happens in the office is private, all right? If you guys understand what that means, please feel free and let everyone else know. But that
And
needs
some
to
of the
happen
best
right now.
pilots, too.
Otherwise, it won't just be London that's wet, all right? Mike is
I mean, don't forget, man, a lot of our bloodline, which made America so great in the beginning, came from there, man. So like they got some, like they got people like, bro. If it weren't for England and us helping them, we'd always be speaking German. Same with us. Same with Russia. If it weren't for Russia, we'd all be speaking German. Russia, we like can't forget we needed them during World War II. They were our allies. They lost a hell of a lot more people than we did too. But they say it took Russian blood, American. What is it? There's a saying. Somebody else knows it. It's a three thing: American something and English something. Oh, there it is. World War II was one with British intelligence, American steel, and Russian blood. I mean, can I get my lap back? Not bad, buddy. Not bad. Uh oh, where's she going? Lap back, Simon. Pressure. Well, shit. Something spooked her. She moved off the Ziwi. She's gonna lick all the gravy off the fancy feast. Oh yeah, eat that. That's her leftovers. Now you just got disease. You just got the felvy. She looks like she's actually eating it. No, she's licking the gravy more. Damn it, she pisses me off with that shit. Well, now she's eating the leftovers. Okay, good. Eat those up, whatever. Just don't lick all the gravy and leave, that's all. There she goes with the gravy again. You just licked all the gravy off of it, you cunt. She had a little bit of Simon's new food. None of Simon. No. Is there more gravy on the plate you missed? You fat ass. Why would you pull it off the plate? I like my food a little dirty. I think Fluffy is my least favorite cat of all of them. As long as it actually eats, I won't be. I won't. All right. Sunday. This Sunday. What? They're selling signs now at the auction?
Number 3960.
Selling signs. I've never seen this before.
All right, going to be there to go down. I'm going to go down 2, going to be 1,000, going to be 10 here to go down. I'm going to get 1,000. Hit 1, going to go down about 10, 12, going to get 15, 15 to below. See here now.
Why do people give a shit about
porcelain
porcelain
signs? Now 22, 3, down to 3, now 23. Hit 23, going to be 5, going to go down about 23 is online. Now 25. Hit 23, going to be 5, going to go down about 23 and 5. Hit 25, going to hit it down about 25. 3's up here now 5. Hit 23, going to be 5, going to hit it down about
restaurant wants to put it up.
5, yes or no, get it on that 3's off 5 and I have sold it 2,300 buyer 945.
Why would that be worth that much money for a sign?
All right, get it there to go down. I'm going to go down 2,000.
Are you going to get that many more sales
going to be 2, going to go down. I'm going to 2, 3, now 4. 3's going to go 4 to bid. Now 5, going to be 6 here. Now 7, 8 here. I'm going to go down. I'm going to get 1,000. Going to be 10. I'm going to go down about 10. Now 10 here. Thank you. Now 12. Hit 10, 12. I'm going to go down 12. Now 13, 14. Hit 13. I'm going to go 14. I'm going to go down to 13. I'm going to go 1,400. I got you, man. At 13. Now 14.
Weird colors for a 7-Up sign.
Hit 1,000 down here. And I'm sorry. Now 10, 12. Hit 10, 12. And I'm going to hit it down about 10. Going to be 12 up here. Now 10, 12. Going to be 12. And I'm going to hit it down to now 11. Now 12. Hit 12. And now all in. All 11. All 12. Now you get 12. Now 13. That's close. 1,200. Now 13. Hit 13. Now hit it down and all in. All down to about 12. All tonight. Sold it. Camille's way. 1,200. 5115.
9574.3.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dairy Queen pieces are near impossible to find, but we're blessed with Barrett Jackson. We get them consigned once in a while. This one is the only version of this sign I've ever seen. We're selling it right now. No reserve, just like everything else.
You better going to be there. Here we go. Here now 1,000.
What are you going to do with that? Put it in the kitchen? Nobody wants it. $1. 3, 4. Now 4. Now 5. Now 5. Now 5. Hit 5. I'm going to be 6. Buy it for $1.
6, 8. Now today. 8's on. Now 1,000. Going to be 10, 12. Now about 10, 12. Hit 10. Going to be 12. Now 10. Going to be 12. Hit 10. Going to be 12. And going to hit the ball in. All that.
Oh my God, he's bending it. You shit. What are you doing? Go bendy on a $1,000 sign.
15, 17. Now 15's on. Now 17. Now 2. Hit 18. Now going to be 2. Now about 2.
That's not worth shit.
All in. Going to be 2,000. 2,000. Hit 2. Now how about 19? Before we go. 19. Yes, sir. 19. Thank me later. 19. Now 2. Hit 19. Going to be 2. Now about 2. Going to be to the half. Sold it. Camille's way. 1,900.
Thank me later.
975.
9575.
All right, here to go down, here to go down 1,000, going to be 10, going to go down about 10, 12. Here 12, and I see here to go about 12 to go. Now 14, about again, now 14's on. Now 16, now 18, let's see, down to 18, now 2. Hit 2, thank you, online. Now 22, 2's here, 22.
Online.
22,
They're online bidders.
22, down all in, about 21 before we go. 2,000 up here, 21,
Just
21.
say AAA. Just say AAA, baby. You know what I want. You know I'm a AAA drinker, boy. Get my AAA out here. Another AAA. AAA root beer. Never heard of it. The biggest wasters in history. I mean, you're not in the USA or what? What are they wasting right now?
Sold it 2,000 with a buyer 91.44.
9575.2.
All right, going to be there to go down here to go down 1,000, going to be 10, now $100 bill.
Maybe they're investing in a sign that's worth more.
3 is all. Now 4.
Some weird reason.
I'm going to go 5. Now 5. Hit 5 going to be 6 here to go down. Now 5 going to be 600. I'm going to go find it here now.
Wasting their life.
Here to go down. Now 500, 600. Now 7. Hit 7. Going to go down to 7 a bit. Here to go down.
This can be for a restaurant. Decoration or a restaurant.
What do you say? It's going to be 7 a bit.
A Winston cigarette ad? What the hell would that be for, though?
A
cigarette shop, maybe?
750. It's 750.
Someone's garage. He still smokes the Winston. I used to smoke Winston's.
Now 850. Better hurry now. It ain't so to get 50. Here to go down with the ball in. All down 859. Sold it. $800 right there. It's gone. 1720.
What we got? What's this?
All right, here to go down to 1,000. Going to be 10.
Oh, that's gonna go for a lot, probably.
2 down, 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 100 and 2, 3 down, 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 2 to be down 3. 2 going to be 3, going to go down, 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 3, 3, 3, down, 2 to be down 3. 2 and 3 going to go down, 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 2 down here, down 3.
It's not going to go for much at all, actually.
4 down, 3 is up here now 4.
Oh, it's cardboard. No, it's not going to go for much. Never mind.
Going to be 5. Going to go down with the ball in. Down 4 is all now 5.
Cardboard.
Hit 5. Now going to be 600.
I didn't realize it.
Now 5. Now next you're still out. Now 5's out here in the crowd. Now 600. Hit 5. Now 7 down. Now going to be 7 to here. Now
Is that porcelain?
Here going to go down 1,000. Now 10. Hit 1 here. Down 950. Now 10. Now 10. Hit 1 and here down 10 to the 950 down to the 9. Sold to him for 950.
Cardboard shit. What's that?
839.
95.76.
I do pay $900 for cardboard.
Down 2 to go down 2 to be 1,000. Hit 1 to go down 100 to go down 1 now 2. Hit 1 to go be 2 to go down 2 down 100 to down 2. Hit 1 to go be 2 to go down 3 to go down 2 down here now 3.
Always heard of that shit.
2 now 3. 300 to go now 4 to go down 3 now 4. Your man's out 3 to go now 4.
Your man's out.
3's online now 4 Hit 4 down 3 down 3's all 4 now. Sold it $300 on Mike's gone. Buyer number 2668.
95.76.1.
I just want to see what the Winston sign goes for, and then I'm going to move on. My dad used to smoke Winstons. I used to smoke Winstons. I used to smoke Winstons because they were one of the only American cigarettes that didn't have additives added to them. They didn't have any bullshit sprayed on them or anything.
18 to be 2, now 22 to go down 22, now 5. Hit 22 and 25.
I used to get the 100s.
25, 7.
Instant
Hit 27
100s in a
25
box.
here now 7. Hit 25 down 6 8 down 28 28. Hit 3 down 3,000 going to be 3 to go down 28 now.
Yeah, we get the soft bags.
Down 28 down here going to be 3 down to the sold it Roy's way for 2,800.
Stand those things, man. You can crush
9520.
cigarettes.
95.76.2.
Why did anybody buy the soft bags? They still even make those?
$100. Hit 1 going to be 1 here to go down.
Wait, do they do the Winston?
Down here. Hit 1 going to here down to be 1. Hit 3 100. To go now 2 down 3 to go down 2 to be down 3 2's up here now 3 down 2
Get out of my face with that. Why be papers, man? That's a trip, though. Yo, I used to get YBs because they were a little bit cheaper than the long time ago, man. I forgot about that brand.
95.76.3.
Back in the day.
100 now going to be 2 to go down 2 to go down 100 now 2. Hit 1 going to be 2 there to go down 2 2 1 bid now 2 now 3. Hit 2 3 going to go down 2 to be now 3. 2 and 3 going to go down 2 down here going to be 3 down 2 now 3. Hit 3 going to go down 3 thinking that 4 about time 3 now 4. Hit 4 to go down 3 all now 4 now 5. Hit 5 to go down 5.
My dad had so many of these cigar boxes when I was a kid too. He would use them for stuff.
Condition, ladies and gentlemen. This is new old stock, 1920s. It is near flawless. We should be at 15 to 2,500 cigar pieces are near impossible to find. This is beautiful, new old stock, selling right now.
450 now 5. Whoop, you got to be 5. Half's here now 5. You get 5 and go down 5. Now half. Hit 5 and a half when I go down 5.
That's too bad, buddy. We're getting it for 500.
6 now here now 50 now 50. 650 now 7 here now 50.
He did it. It's going up.
7 having now 9 to bid. Hit 9 here going to be 1,000 going to be 10 here going to down.
Made him feel bad.
Hit 1,000 here going to be 11 to bid down all in all done. Hit 1,000 here going to down 11 down to the top round down to the top round. He'd be down to the half. Sold it.
This one's 10. That one's actually 10 with those signing.
9678.
Cardboard.
95.76.4.
All right, now I'm going to here to go down.
Okay, they're about to bring out the Winston. He's got his hand.
2 now 1 now 2 now 3. Hit 2 3 to go down 3 2 3 2 down to 3 is all now 4 now 4. Hit 3 is only to 40 to go down 3 is only to 40 bid.
This place is definitely for rich people.
Down 4 4 4 and 350 going to go down 4. Hit 3 and a half and down 3 and a half.
Want to make their man cave look nicer.
Soap Camille's way
Their
350.
little cigar room. They have like a room just for smoking cigars with the boys.
Jesse, this is an addendum item. It's 95.76.5, but it's an interesting 1920s series Los Angeles.
Y'all can bid on any of this right now live.
Single-sided porcelain sign.
If you see anything you like.
Here now I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna be 2,000. Here to go down 2 to be $1,000. Hit 1 and I'm gonna hear down 10 to go down 1 now 2 now 3.
Fireproof rooms. That's always a plus.
now 10, here now 10, 12, 12 here, 14,
We should have had those, some of those in Palisades.
Now 18, 2, now 22, now 22 and 5, 25,
Spring of Forest.
going to be 7 to be 7 and
That's
3.
a pretty awesome sign, actually.
3 now 3, 3 to go down to my 20 and 3 to go down to the 3 online. Now 32.
I wouldn't want it, but like the history on that is pretty neat.
How about 31? We go 3, 31.
Like they put on there permanent sign 250 down to 150.
Sold it right up here, 3,039.60.
Lot 95, 76.6.
Ladies and gentlemen, check this one out. Again, new
There
old
we
stock
go.
coming from a long
What
time
was that?
to
What's
Tobacco
his
Jobbers
name?
Warehouse. New
Actor?
old stock 1981 has the original paper with it, features the PRCA logo on it. It's got the Winston Cowboy. Get your hands up on this one.
All right, hanging about here to go now.
Cowboy.
3, going to be 1,000, going to be 10 here to go now. Where are you going? How about 10, 10, I had enough. I'm going to go now 4 or 5. Hit 5, going to go now. Going to be 5, going to be 5. I'm going to go here to go 4 down here now. 5. Hit 5, going to be 6 here to go now. 5, 6, 7. Hit 7 to 8. I'm going to go now 7 on 8 now 9. Hit 9, going to go down here to go down here now 10. Now 10, 9's here now 10. Net maker now 10, 11.
Real man smoke Winston, yeah.
11 by now 12, now 13. Hit 13 now. Here to go now. 12 to go. Now 13. Hit 13. Hit 13 online. Now 15, 14, 15. Here to go now. I'm going to get 15. Hit 15. I'm going to go 14 here 15. Now 17, 16, 18. Hit 18. I'm going to go down. I'm going to get 18.
Damn.
18's all. 16's online. Now 18. Give me 17 before we go. It's 16, 17. I'm going to get here to go down. I'm going to all in. All done. Going to be 17. It's 16's online. I'm going to be 17.
Like a rodeo might want this to put up
51.20.
something like
95,
Texas
77.
Rodeo could put that up as some sort of
Mike 6.
decoration.
Mike 6.
All these are business write-offs for some people, like they can be. Like that could be a business write-off for somebody to put in his cafe to let people buy gumballs. Old school cafe. That'd be really cool in there. It would be one of those things, like this could help increase business to an old cafe too, because kids would want to use the old-timey gumball
If
machine.
you look at our past results, he's normally started around $1,000 and go from there. These are original pieces from like the 1920s and 30s and 40s. Get your hands up. Beautiful restoration.
$300, $400. Anybody else? 400. Here we go. Yeah, 300, 400 on.
Especially if you made the gumballs 1 cent like that too.
Sold it 300.
You have to. Unless you redid the mechanism.
2370.
9577.1.
Yeah, 2000. Yeah, $100, 2, 3. Yeah, 2, 3.
Dixie Cup vendor.
Yeah, $400. $7. Well, 300. Yeah, 1,012 on 14, 14, $12, 14. Yeah, 14, 16 on 14, 16, 18.
Just make it work or something, you know. I want to know it works,
April
bro.
Rose here in one of the best
spend
booths at Barrett Jackson,
$1,600 on
Swiss
your
Tracks. I'm
cup
with
vendor.
Zach Hall. What is it about Swiss Tracks that is superior above everyone else?
Sure. Yeah, Swiss Tracks Modular Flooring, we are the leader in modular flooring garage systems, and we pride ourselves on offering our customers with unmatched durability and longevity of their flooring system, a quick and easy
Something I'm definitely going to look into that. I'll be back. This is that same guy now. He's at some Ukrainian thing.
Слава Україні! Слава нації! Україна! 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 Героям України тричі! Ворогам України тричі! Дякую.
Nice. I'm fucking off. See ya. See ya. Bye.
Going down the street, thinking about my meat
Bye.
that I left out in the sink. It's about to start to stink. Better get back home.
What do you guys think? Should I go back?
Looking at my phone. Thinking, should I roam?
Pavlov doesn't like me. As Pavlov.
Go chew on a bone.
So, like, this happens. It's not the first time. I walk past and there will be like Ukraine protests.
It's
Like,
my
yo,
puppy.
Going, man. Let's say a few words. Like, I said
I'm
the
a
words
yuppie.
already. It's okay. I think he saw me. And
I
he was like,
have
"Oh, this
a pet
fuck's gonna talk to
guppy."
me." I was like, not today. I'm off. What do you guys think
This
about
road's
that?
a little bumpy.
What do you think? Russia is the enemy. Russia is the enemy of the world, man.
I had Ludens for breakfast.
Also, what did you think of the
I'm
music,
having an
the
elementary
comparison
school
between the
breakfast.
protest before and the protest now. I mean, I like the ton. Yeah, it was monotonous, but that's what it's meant to be. That was what they were doing.
This kid always went
But I
to
did
school
like,
with
I did
a
like the song.
food in my stomach.
However they would like to describe it. I did like that music. I like it. Sounds alright. Nice, good kick. Nice acoustic. Sounds nice. Oh. Someone calling me.
Look at that. The street says look left on the ground. Look left. Look right. What the hell, man? Londoners had to be told to look on both ways before they cross the street.
I do like national anthems.
They spent money on that, dude. They had that many idiots living there. They had to put it on the street to look before crossing. That's embarrassing. Probably need to do that in New York, man. Here it's the drivers that have to look, not the pedestrians. Jaywalking isn't illegal here.
I should do a video right now.
Masterfully avoided
I made one on my phone.
disagreeing with Donald Trump, but also said that the Panamanian people.
Blue Demon.
Blue Demon!
That's right.
Yes. Hello, everybody.
Oh no, Blue Panther. Blue Panther.
Blue Pantero.
Blue Panther.
Okay, now this guy is the parking guy.
What the hell, bro?
Hey! Hello, everybody. How's it going? I have completely lost my mind at this point because I just finished a live hit on Newsmax and it did not go well. Now I'm gonna take this off.
Oh, I liked it.
We just robbed. It looks like you just robbed the Home Depot.
What the fuck,
So
the
Blue
Home
Montana
Depot?
and I have been
Oh
out
no, we
along
did.
the U.S. southern border for this morning because I had a live hit on Newsmax to do just a few minutes ago, And I wonder if any of you saw that,
Hey, Bill.
if any of you managed to see that. Why is this loose here? I'm going to figure out why that's
Yeah,
loose.
turn around because it's possibly
Yeah, something's
like that.
something's not screwed on right. Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so you can take that off. We're gonna get pulled over. So
I like
we
it.
went out to this really nice overlook to do a live hit for Newsmax. And this always happens. Like we come up with a great, they tell me what time I'm supposed to be on, and we go out there, we get all set up, and it's wonderful. It's a beautiful shot. There was, I kid you not, there was even a rainbow behind me.
Wow, I didn't know.
Right, just as I was, they told me what time I was supposed to go live. I came up, perfect shot, beautiful lighting, the rainbow behind me. You could see the border wall, and everything was perfect. And then they decided, oh, we're gonna take these two guys talking about January 6th, who are sitting in the studio indoors.
Really?
And
wow.
we're gonna bump you another 10 minutes. So you're gonna stand out there and just wait until after the next commercial break.
Newsmax.
Always do this. And
Pigs?
by the time they came back to me at the end of that commercial break,
There was no rainbow.
that squall had blown through off the Pacific. It was raining cats and dogs. You couldn't see anything behind me. It's just completely white out back there. I'm getting completely drenched.
Why the fuck would they do that?
And the camera is getting water on the lens. You can't see anything. And then they're like, oh, okay, now we're coming to you, Chuck. And I'm just
Mainstream
sitting there
media
going,
sucks,
oh, my
dude.
gosh, this happens every time. Like, if you've got a reporter that's standing out in the field, especially the war guy who's like in a war disaster area, someplace dangerous,
Martell could fuck with you.
900-degree heat, something like that, whatever. Maybe go to him first, and then go to the guys that are sitting in a nice, comfortable
fuck
studio.
Newsmax for that.
After that, I don't know.
It would be a great idea.
That would be an amazing idea, wouldn't it?
This guy is
To
awesome.
you all the time, because
He's one of the
if I thought Newsmax was bad, the Bannon show
correspondence
War Room is even worse, because Bannon will talk for like half hour after you're supposed to go live, and then finally come to you after you've melted completely out there. So we are driving along the U.S. southern border right now. I'm going to turn the camera around so you can kind of see, and it's still raining, but there's the border wall
like an inside
right there.
look,
Border fence. I had set up a really nice overlook to show you into California. You could see the Air Force Base or the Air Base, the Naval Air Base. Oh, here, I got it.
So you will not.
Ukrainian chicks are not all
You can
hot
see
though.
the Air Base where the Marines took off from, and everything. But of course now you can't see anything.
They only let the hot ones on TV.
Where are we
like,
going now?
All the ugly ones are
You're just driving down here.
extremely discriminated against.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, we went through a mountain.
Keep them hidden.
What I had planned to
You
do
just
today was
don't
go
know.
to a migrant
They're
shelter
actually the majority.
and talk to some of the migrants, but it's apparently closed today. So we're not going to be able to go there. Plus, it's raining outside. So, yeah, for those of you that donated to help Oscar fix his Jeep, we are riding in the Jeep.
Thank you so much for everybody.
Yes, thank you.
God bless you, really. I want to say to all of Chuck Holton's audience, you guys are so kind. And it got me choked up yesterday because it's difficult to do it over here in such a dangerous city and to work in these conditions, but we're trying to do our best, and it's because of you guys that we're going to continue. So I want to say thank you, and thank you. God bless every single one of you that donated. Thank you so much.
Do you want to tell them what you're planning to do when you bring your family down to Panama?
We're going to just, live normal life like everybody that lives a normal life. You know, it's over here, we cannot do that. As a journalist, it is extremely difficult to live our lives normally. You know, my life, my son
in Mexico?
always worries of when I go out. That is a bad thing about, you know, when possibly your dad is
What the fuck just happened? Oh, fuck.
You want to tell them what you're planning to do when you bring your family down to Panama?
normally. You know, my life, my son always worries of when I go out. That is a bad thing about, you know, when possibly your dad is going out to work and you don't know if he's going to get injured, hurt, or he's going to come back home.
Pero todavía quieres bautizarte.
Yeah. And one of the things that I really want to go to Panama is the change that I have received since last time that I went to the Garden of Gethsemane. I felt really powerful, and I think that I was the Holy Spirit. Chuck took me there. It's extremely emotional when I got my forehead put in on the rock that Jesus prayed, and that's where I decided that I wanted to become a Christian. So I want Chuck to be there when I am baptized to be Christian, soon to be Christian, and almost going there to be Christian. Since that, I have been reading the Bible, people. I've been learning more. I've been watching a series about Jesus. You know, I'm really hooked right now in the series of The Chosen. I've been watching The Chosen nonstop. I'm in season 4 right now. Just got season 4, and I'm not leaving it alone, man. I really want, you know, the beautiful thing about about Jesus is that he doesn't want your money. He doesn't want your fancy clothing. He doesn't want anything. He just wants you to follow him. And that's the most beautiful thing. It's inexpensive. You cannot buy it anywhere. You just want to follow him. So,
and you can't earn it either.
Yeah.
You know, we've had a lot of long discussions about the
my mom used to watch it. We used to watch it, Highway to Heaven.
And there's a verse in the Bible that says that the man's traditions will try to nullify the word of God. And, you know, there's a lot in almost every Christian sect, whether that's Catholicism or Protestantism or whatever, we are, seems like we're always want to try to superimpose our own culture, our own thoughts, our own beliefs on top of what the Bible says. But the Bible makes it very, very simple. That if we believe in our heart and we confess with our mouth that Jesus is Lord, that we will be saved. Point, period, end of story. It's that simple. And you can't earn it. You can't buy it. Being a Christian, we were talking about this yesterday, is not about being a good person. You know, you don't, a lot of people think, oh, if I want to be a Christian, I just have to go out and try to be a good person. No, that's not how it works.
What if I accept Jesus into my heart and I'm not a good person after that? Still, do I still go to heaven?
But when I start to understand the sacrifice that Christ made for me to allow me to spend eternity in a place that I have no business being in heaven, that it makes me want to
why did I lose 2 viewers of that comment?
Good to other people, because that's how God wants me to show my gratitude. But you could be putting the cart before the horse if I thought I have to be good so God will love me so I can get to heaven and spend eternity with Him.
You don't have to be good.
I don't have to be good.
Well, that's cool.
The Bible says that we were His enemy. We were God's enemy.
Shitbags.
He loved us anyway, and He
How about
sacrificed
that?
His Son.
I got Jesus right here,
who came and died. And all we have to do is accept it. And when we accept it, we really understand it. Yeah, I'm gonna want to be a good person. God changes
I wish
my
I were a
want
better
to.
person. I'm sorry,
I don't
guys.
want to take
Sorry,
advantage of
Jesus.
people. I want to be generous. I want to be loving.
I would like to do all that stuff, but
I understand how
Jesus says I don't have
God
to.
has been toward me. So when you run across somebody who's very hard to love, that's not Oscar. Oscar's an easy guy to love because he's a great guy. But when you run
Why am I losing so many viewers off YouTube, you fucking crazy cat lady?
Your perspective, okay? So
out of here. You're in the wrong channel.
It's Sunday. There's your sermon.
What do you think this was going to be?
And Oscar, you know,
this is Kitty Cam.
Language, believe it or not, his English is really good, but
gotten better when I'm hanging out with you. You know, fancy words.
Right. So you know, he doesn't always explain things exactly right. Like yesterday, he was getting crucified on X because he put up
this is
videos
Outlaw
of the
Reform
Marines that were
Ministries
down by the border, and he called them soldiers. And of course, any Marine who gets called a soldier is going to lose his mind.
I was hardly criticized. I was really criticized, but I said, like, well, in Mexico and in Spanish, every person and every branch,
who's got the best facial hair between us three? Now, be honest. You can say Chuck. He's older than me. He's got way more experience with the facial hair. He only does that look though.
Marines want to be called Marines. That's all.
He's pretty clean over there. Oscar's looking pretty clean too. With he's got like the beard fade going on there.
Okay.
But I can say that because I was not a Marine. I was a Ranger.
You don't want to be.
You better not call me a SEAL. I'll take your head off.
Navy SEAL Ranger.
SEAls are definitely better than Rangers, Bucko. You're fucking ridiculous right now.
We are just sort of driving around.
Ranger training's easier than SEAL training. That's a fact. You can look into it.
We are. What we're seeing is a lot of Border Patrol agents out there. When we were up on that,
you have to die. You have to be willing to die in training. You have to be willing to inhale water while you're not dying.
Watching us, and he thought we were.
I got a story. This guy went to Budge training. He was born on the same exact day as I was, and he was my rating, which was a sonar tech. So you have to pass your A school before you go to Budge training. That way you have something to fall back on if you don't make it past Budge training. So we got to be friends, got to know each other, and he went off to Budge training, which was close by in San Diego. We're already there. He comes back a little bit later. He rang the bell, and he said it was during the knot time. He was done with the knot. Like, he was good underwater knot time. And the guy wasn't giving him a thumbs up. He was making him inhale water. He wasn't going to give him the thumbs up. And they do that so that you have complete and utter trust in your team that they can bring you back after you inhale water. And it was at that point that he was like, nope. Bing, bing. And he came back and told me the story. And I don't think they have to do shit like that in Ranger School.
Spotters, didn't he? He thought we were cartel.
Yeah.
Guys, I think he waved at you.
Yeah, he said like...
Oh, I thought it was the one-fingered American salute.
That's just one part of the. That's just one part of the training.
Like, I'm right here. Don't try to do nothing that is.
Oh yeah,
I'm right here.
I may lose you here for a second. We're going through this hole in the mountain.
They don't put that out there. They don't let people know that type of shit about Budge training before you go. You know, even when you're already in boot camp and everything. I would have never known it until he told me.
Family here.
He didn't tell me.
His mother lives here, and it'd be hard for him to leave his mom right away. But you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility, is it?
No, it's right there. You know, there's a big possibility that I can do that. We talked to Chuck, and Chuck told me, you know what, you come over here. It's much safer than Mexico. I will tell you that. It will be.
I just can't imagine willingly inhaling water.
Panama's a really central place that you can travel to Europe, the east of the world, and also South and Central America. So it's really central. It's really comfortable for people that they travel and they do the kind of work that we do. Yeah. So it will be a great place to live. Also, that violence in Panama, violence.
What y'all don't realize is Chuck, the guy to his left, already lives in Panama. He either has a Panamanian wife or a wife that's. Probably knows the language. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen her, but I've seen her months ago when he was in Panama. It was beautiful where he was at too.
It is. Somebody got assaulted, shacked with a knife. or somebody got shot. Over here in Tijuana, you know, I will tell you a really quick experience, how violent and how difficult it is. You know, I was walking my son to school early in the morning, 7:30 to 8 o'clock in the morning, and there was an operation of a lot of police officers in the corner of the school, and my son is like, "What's going on?" And I said, "Don't look, they're just in a meeting." But there was a cooler box, and they had a head in it. So those are the kind of mornings that you don't want to have with your son.
Yeah, that's tough.
You know, that's tough. So you don't want to be in those kind of places.
They can be extremely brutal over here. As a matter of fact, the U.S. State Department,
I don't want to give somebody a seizure.
This morning, is warning American citizens to stay away from the
What's SOS?
because there is some belief or some info that the cartels may be placing improvised explosive devices along the border fence. And this comes from
That's really cool.
Tamaulipas, right?
Yeah.
So it's down further south from where we are, but
This is this saved my ass just recently. If you don't have one of these, highly recommend it. Something like it. Also, it's a power bank, so it's got an output for different things, so it could charge a phone via USB-C, and it can also has a USB output. Got a flashlight, regular flashlight, strobe light, and SOS, which is cool. I didn't know I had the SOS. And it'll start your car if your battery's dead. Only do it once, and it's got to be recharged again for this size of one. It saved me the other day, man. My car wouldn't start, and luckily I had this thing already charged up and ready to go. Came back in and got it, cranked my car right back up. Otherwise, man, back in the day, I had to go find somebody to come jump my car or something. What's even worse if you don't have jumper cables. Gotta find somebody with cables. I mean, I got AAA, so I could just call AAA and be like, "Hey, come cut my shit off." And then you gotta wait on them to get there. What a pain in the ass. I need to get a new battery though. It's reminding me. Dang. How much? I don't know. It wasn't much. I got it at Costco. I can look. I think. See what they were going for.
Obviously, the changes that are being made
one of
by
those
the Trump
impulse buys
administration
actually at Costco.
is
Those are the case.
It's costing them a lot of money, right?
Causing a massive fracture to the cartel. And then we're not far away from them starting threatening tourists. So that's a way for the government to let them know, like, we're not having an agreement of you guys letting us still traffic drugs, still traffic humans. So we're not far away from that. Yeah.
What was Biden's end game with open borders? Was it votes? I think it was twofold. I think that Biden's plan with just throwing the gates open and letting all the migrants in is that when you bring in a bunch more people, it spurs economic growth, because there's more people doing economic activity in the United States. And so it kind of is a way to fake the growth and numbers and make the growth of the United States economy look better. And what we saw was that they kept reporting huge jobs numbers. Look at all the jobs that Biden has created, blah, blah, blah. But if you look closely at those numbers, you find out that it was actually 70% of the jobs growth was being taken by illegal immigrants.
So the replacement theory is not a theory. Really, it's not. And for me, it's that perception also. And I understood that it's kind of like what they were trying to do with Venezuela, Nicaragua, and also Cuba, to completely eradicate one political party, and they're looking more forward into 10 to 20 years from now. And 10 to 20 years from now, these are actually going to be Democrat voters. And these people are going to just basically slang to the left with progressive liberal ideals. So they were looking at how the United States is going to look at 20, 30 years from now. And their plan completely got shut off.
The new one's got a red.
So Now it's going to see how they're going to regroup, because I don't think, Chuck, that the Democratic Party of John F. Kennedy and that is not going to come back anymore.
No, I don't think so. They've gone too far to the left.
Yeah.
But the other reason for bringing in so many migrants was the apportionment issue.
Absolutely.
And that is that when they make the decision about how to divide up the 435 delegates in the U.S. Congress, they just count the number of bodies in each state and not the number of American citizens. And so states like California were able to pick up more congressional representatives than they would have otherwise, because they brought in a bunch of illegal immigrants into these sanctuary cities. And that's why after the census took place, you saw these sanctuary cities start to complain about the migrants and want them to move out into more red areas, because they didn't want to shoulder the costs of having them any longer than necessary. Man, it must have been really rainy.
Really? Hey, so this one is a 500 ampere. Type S is the brand, and it's currently going for, well, the new version of it, which is, it seems like it might have a red and white LED light in it, which, yeah, that would, I think, is the only difference possibly, and it looks different too. Better form factor or not, but it's $80. I'm pretty sure this thing was on like some sort of special, is why I got it though. That's what caught my eye. I think it was probably like discounted that month or something. Yeah, but you could probably find a cheaper one. Oh yeah, this one, the new one has a bigger light on it too. But this one could probably still even be found, the smaller one. I wonder how do I gotta find the code on it.
Here, I'm gonna turn the camera around.
Well, the city of Tijuana collapses every time that is geographically not well done.
Yeah,
Streets are really not done.
Not good drainage.
No, not drainage, not prepared for floods. We always have these problems with just a little bit of rain. Imagine if Tijuana had a Darien rain. They will
530.
So it's just
71.
every time it gets like this, it clogs every sewer, and you have problems with going left, going right, neighborhoods being completely shut off. So that's what happens over here.
Yeah, we actually saw a cartel guy drive by us the other day when we were out by the border.
Yeah.
This gangbanger looking dude came very slowly rolling by us in a very expensive Cadillac Escalade, perfectly clean.
There's one on eBay of these for $30.
And he just kind of gave us the evil
refurbished.
eyeball. Now here the stoplight is out.
657 of them sold.
I'm gonna go to that shelter, but see it from outside. Let's see it.
Okay.
So,
somebody's asking
free shipping.
About
apparently you can go on eBay for $30. Less than $30.
Well, we have a home in the United States as well, and we split our time between the U.S. and Panama. Last year I was in the
eBay even
US
says
and
it's
Panama
trending because of how many of them have sold from this guy.
Elsewhere more often than that. And
99.1%
yeah, Tiki,
positive.
we're going to take the canal back. Probably not. I would venture to disagree with you on that. Don't think they're going to take the canal back. But I know that's good red meat for the cult of Trump, but it's probably not going to be like that. On that note, if you watched what our new Secretary of State,
that'd be a good deal to get
Marco
this
Rubio,
refurbished one.
had to say
Actually,
about it when they asked him about Panama. He had a much more
all parts and tested 100% working
reasonable
condition.
answer that he came up with.
This is going to
that
retail
he
packaging.
masterfully avoided disagreeing with Donald Trump, but also said that the Panamanian people are
good people. They like Americans.
So
They
you're
want
really
to be
trying
our
to save money.
allies. We don't need to bully them. Many people in Panama are concerned about the Chinese influence there, and that is something that Rubio is going to be in Panama on the 31st of this month talking to the Panamanians about. And I think that more likely what will happen is that Panama will agree to remove the Chinese company, Hutchison, from managing the ports on either end of the canal. This is the one thing that I sort of still disagree with Rubio about. This is an issue that's been talked about for more than 10 years, probably more than 20 years, that the Chinese are managing the ports on either end of the canal. But I'm going to do a live about this for my viewers over at chuckholton.com. I'm going to do a live on chuckholton.com specifically about this, that if you look at a satellite view of the Panama Canal and you zoom in and look at where the ports are, they are, yes, they're on either end of the canal, but the insinuation, or not just insinuation, but the outright claim that's being made by the Trump administration, including Rubio, is that in the case of a conflict with China, that China could block the canal or shut down the canal because they control those ports. And if you look closely at an aerial view of those things, the question comes up in your mind, how exactly would they do that? Because the canal is about 3/4 of a mile wide. The port is on the side, of the, look at it, it's a Farmall's fanatic. Yeah, that's true. Oh, really? You know that how? Because you've been to Panama? You've seen these? Right?
That is not true. There's a lot of misinformation.
There's a ton.
As they said that there was Chinese military presence. That is a horrible lie, and also that China controls the whole Canal of Panama. That is a horrible lie. The Panamanian people control the canal. That there's access of Chinese ports, the Chinese industries, that they are more accessible and that they have more control a little bit. Yes, they have. But it's not. There was a question right there, Chuck, and I wanted to ask you that.
What?
Does the United States pay maintenance for the canal, or
they do not?
They do not. Okay.
The United States does not pay a dime to Panama for maintenance of the canal, and has not since they gave the canal to Panama in 1999-2000. Now, obviously, the ships that go through the canal, very few of which are actually American ships, because most ships are not American. It doesn't make sense to flag your ship in the United States. The regulations are too high. But ships that move goods into and out of America that pass through the canal have to pay to use the canal, and that's acceptable, that's understandable, and that's all part of the agreement that was made with Panama when we turned the canal over to them in 2000. But the United States has not paid. They don't give Panama foreign aid. Panama gets very, very little. Last year, it was like $900,000 that the United States gave to Panama.
Give them the
and that was
flies,
specifically
though,
to help Panama pay for the migrants that were moving through their country on their way to the United States. And so, anyway, going back to the question of whether or not China could shut down the canal because of the ports, if you look at the satellite view, I want you to ask yourself, how would they do that exactly? Because it's not like there's a gate that they could close to block the canal. It's not like they could, they don't have access to the electronics that run the locks or anything like that. That's all run by the canal itself, not by the ports. And so, how would they do it?
Look at this.
You could say, well, they could pull.
I'll come back in. Look at this, though. These are deportees arriving back. Oh, he had to have his handcuffs on. Brazil.
Olha, aqui aquelas pessoas não gostam da gente não, cara. Elas tratam a gente como cachorro. O cachorro é tratado melhor que a gente.
Oh,
De jeito
okay.
nenhum, porque a gente ia amarrado as algemas.
Don't do it. Don't come back then.
Na cintura e na perna. Pra gente ir ao banheiro, a gente ia sim no banheiro.
Oh, you had to walk like
tinha água
that?
dentro do
Poor
avião. Eles
guy.
custavam dar água pra gente de
You are a
mineral,
criminal.
custava dar comida.
You got mineral water.
Muito quente,
Wow.
muito quente. Criança dentro
Wait, he did or
da
didn't?
aeronave. A gente pediu muito quente, mineral. Custava dar
They had trouble.
E
But they
muito
did. They
quente,
gave
muito
it though.
quente. Criança dentro da
blame.
aeronave. A gente pedia pra ir ao banheiro, eles não deixavam.
Oh, did you shit yourself though?
pessoal. Bem-vindo.
You have shit running down your leg right now? Did you pee on yourself? Well, then you're all right.
As denúncias das pessoas que chegaram, elas são muito graves de violação. A gente tinha
Oh, we violated their rights.
Crianças,
Civil rights.
crianças com autismo, com
Autist children, the disability children. We
passaram
should
por
have
situações muito
catered to
graves.
them. Oh no, we should have put them in a rubber buggy bumper room. Oh, poor things. Well, welcome to Brazil, where it's much better. At least you don't have to deal with America and being so mean to you anymore. Fucking shit. Alright.
A ship in there and try to block the canal. Yeah, but they don't need the ports to do that. There's
It's fucking
the ports wouldn't
hilarious,
make it any
dude.
easier
They're
for
all
China
gonna
to
be whining
go in there and
about
try to park
it.
a ship in the canal.
They
And
hurt
if
my
China
wrist
did that,
when
the
they
United
held
States
my
already
hand.
has the right to respond to keep the canal open militarily, and so we would be able to go in there and
Dude, you can
take
always
care of
say
that
what you need to
problem
say on
in very
D-Live.
short order. So the
Let's
fact
just have an
that
extra
China is
tab open
managing
for
those
D-Live and
ports
just talk
might
over
not be a
there
great
when
thing,
something
and it
gets
certainly-
banned.
there are
Put
other
something
very
next to it to let
legitimate
us
reasons
know
why we should have
you
a
couldn't
problem
say
with
this
China
on
being there.
YouTube
Don't
and say
hear
it
me
over
saying,
there.
I think it's okay.
No, it's not.
Right? Somebody's saying,
Why would it
the
be
U.S.
better?
gives Panama $2.5 billion annually.
People know what can't be said over
Did
here.
you see that on TikTok? That's,
What do you mean
had
you're
to
an
have seen
idiot?
that on
You
TikTok.
don't know how to
or you heard Donald
use
Trump say
D-Live?
it. That is not true. Just go do a
Gonna have
little
to
research.
open another
man.
tab.
Go do a little research. The United States does not give money to Panama in any significant amount for anything except over the last 4 years to help Panama pay for food for the migrants that are moving through on their way to the United States.
And it was
There's all this. I just love it how, I go there, I talk to the employees, I talk to the government, we actually do research, we read the bills that are going through, all this stuff, do all this research, and you get some guy on there that saw on TikTok that the United States gives $2.5 billion a year to Panama, and you're like, yeah, okay. Yep, show me some proof of that, dude. Really.
I really get the point that Americans do not want China close to, the main pipeline of goods into the whole continent. Even sadly, we have a socialist president in our country, so she has a good relationship with China, let's say. But I understand that, and it is 100% true. You don't want China to have non-control of anything over there.
Okay, so I did a bunch of research the other day. I mean, I did a really deep dive into this and tried to come up with, tried to calculate the amount of money that each American, that the average American in the United States pays for goods that are transited through the Panama Canal. Okay? So, how much do you think your average American pays in extra fees for products that they buy that had to transit through the canal? How much does the canal transit add to your bills every year? Okay, give me an annual figure. Take a guess. How much do you think? I'll let you guys chew on that for just a minute before I give you the answer. But like I said, going back to the fact that the bigger problem
Zero.
that we should be concerned about in Panama with the Chinese is that they have access to a whole lot of data
Look at this.
that comes through those ports.
To protest a barrage of executive
they got
orders
the
and
data.
memos from
They got
the
the
Trump
fucking
administration
data.
focused on immigration enforcement since he took office just on Monday. President Donald Trump since then has attempted to end birthright citizenship, block refugee admissions, expanded deportation efforts, and ended a long-standing policy that discouraged ICE officers from conducting enforcement actions in sensitive areas like schools, medical facilities, and even churches. The group who organized today's demonstration says they oppose mass deportations under Trump's so-called Operation Aurora. It's part of a countrywide day of action in support of immigrant rights.
I've just found it really harmful, the rhetoric that's out there about immigrants making Aurora an unsafe place when that is not the truth at all. So just wanted to be here to lend my voice.
You need to take one in and put it in your house then. A trendy Aurora one.
Under attack from the federal government. They are welcome here. They make our city stronger. They make our city more beautiful.
And we're so happy they're part of the
Aurora community.
On his neck.
ICE reports making 593 immigration arrests on Friday across the country in response to our questions about ICE enforcement in sensitive areas. The agency tells us they have not carried out any operations at schools or bus stops. They added that their enforcement efforts are focused on public safety.
You virtually fucked me in the ass right there, didn't you? I felt it. Perverts. O'Doyle rules. What is this?
The nuts and bolts of Texas agriculture
Oh,
may be tested
it's a new station I wasn't subbed to. God dang. Nothing gives me a boner like that.
Multiple business groups have asked state lawmakers for a dedicated stream of money to beef up water supplies in Texas. One study shows we will need $150 billion to keep
NBC, Dallas, Fort Worth, baby. Channel 5 with the Peacock. You know they're going to have lots of gay shit for us to watch. I love them for that.
keep up over the next 50 years. And new Trump administration efforts to deport those who came to Texas illegally may impact the workforce. But how much? We sat down with Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller.
Good to be with you guys.
Good to see you, Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
Let's start with President Trump and his immigration and border security policy.
He's got to be on the same page.
The largest mass deportation in history. It's getting started. Are you worried about the impact of that on Texas agriculture?
It's a legitimate question, but no, not really. We used to use a lot of illegal labor in agriculture. We really don't use that much anymore. We're in agriculture 3.
Homie, do you see this guy's pen? It's a revolver that's pointed right at his throat. Who does that? You never pointed guns yourself, dog? Come on, man.
3.0, which is a technology age. We've got tractors that drive themselves. We've got cows that milk themselves. You know, we can mechanically harvest just about any of our crops now. So we're not.
No shit, man. How they do that with the hooves? Are they just like? Do they have a special seat for it where they're able to kind of like? Are they hybrid cows to where they're a different shape and they're able? Do they have hands? So many questions. What else did he say we could do now?
We've got tractors that drive themselves. We've got cows that milk themselves. You know, we can mechanically harvest just about any of our crops now.
Tits on their hooves, maybe, so that they can just go. They have done something, I think. We haven't heard about it yet because we're not in Texas. They have us blocked off. Texas does their thing, you know? And it's hard for us to get in there and see what's happening unless you're in Texas. It looks like he's straight out of a movie show, like a sitcom or something about cowboys.
so we're not as dependent on it as we were, say, 20 years ago.
Right.
Other fields, the service area, construction industry, they may have some problems, but agriculture is going to be all right. But the last thing we want to do is have a workforce of illegals. There's nothing like somebody coming to the house at 4 in the morning and say, "Hey, boss, there's nobody to milk the cows. They just picked them all up." That's your worst nightmare.
Do you think there will be raids in Texas on businesses, farms, for whatever?
Absolutely.
And what do you think will be the impact of that?
Well, here's what is going to happen. First, they're going to go after the criminals.
Right.
But when they go after the criminals, there'll be collateral captures too, because they won't be
Joe Rogan.
They'll be with others.
Oh.
So if they go after one guy and there's 12 there, they'll get all 12.
Brothers, sisters, mothers, family members.
The whole deal. So it's not going to be as clean as it sounds on paper. That we're just going to go after the felons first, and then because it's going to get everybody. When they do that.
You have raised the red flag about our water concerns in the future of Texas. Texas 2036, a business group, has put out a report that's saying we'll need $150 billion in water infrastructure over the next 50 years, and new water supplies, fixing old water systems, and a new wastewater system. Do you think that it is that serious?
It's already here. We're out of water now in certain parts of the state.
Dallas.
We no longer have
is that what is he though? Actually, an actor?
Sugar industry in Texas. We ran out of water. Couldn't raise a sugar cane in South Texas. The last plant closed.
And most of that are along the river valleys, like towards South Texas, right?
Anything that's fed off the Rio Grande, and that's where that water comes from.
Is Mexico taking our water?
Area. Those guys down there grow 4 or 5 vegetable crops a year. They had no.
Because something I've noticed is if you look at the Rio Grande near what was that Elizabeth? I don't know. It was one of the last ones that they would go to on the east. And the water was much lower, so they were able to just like walk across it. But you could see that back in the day, it was probably like 5 feet taller. So it's either Mexico is stealing all the fucking water upstream, which is very likely, and using it for their own agriculture and whatnot, or there's really just not that much runoff coming down. I feel like Mexico's taking it for making tequila to sell it back to us. Stop buying tequila, folks.
Guys are going to go out of business if they don't get some water somewhere. We pushed out 6,000 acres of citrus. No water for the trees. So it's not going to get bad. It's bad already.
So what should lawmakers do in session this year over that?
Well, I've had talks. Senator Perry, I think, is going to lead the charge on this. He's got some great ideas. I've discussed my ideas, but it's going to take a multi-pronged approach. First thing that we need to attack is infrastructure, and you mentioned that. Some of our larger metropolitan areas, from the time they get their water to they deliver it to their customers, lose 30%. We don't have 30% to lose.
Because it's leaking out old pipes.
Just old pipes, in rural Texas, we have rural towns that have steel delivery pipes made out of cast iron and galvanized pipe. We got to replace. It's just inefficient. They break all the time. So infrastructure is a place to start.
That's what you would do first. Then.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And how would that? Will it help tremendously? Will it get you out of the hole?
Well, it'll get you 30% more water.
Okay.
Now, building lakes, off-channel storage, that's great, but those projects are 50, 60-year projects. From the time you say we're going to build a lake till the lake fills up, everything you have to go through, all the lawsuits, environmental studies, etc. It's a 40 or 50-year project.
And then what happened to get it to this point? Was it neglect? Was it pushing it down the road?
Well,
was it because infrastructure demands are often like we'll get to it, right? So what happened with water?
Well, we were fine when we're a state of 20 million people. We could waste 30%. We had plenty of water. But now we're 30 million, and we still have over 1,000 people a day moving to Texas, and they're not bringing any water with them. It's a pretty simple problem, right?
Also on immigration, Starr County may become home to a new detention and deportation center and may go up on a 1,400-acre state-owned ranch that one state leader wants to lease out for border security operations. A 1.5-mile, 30-foot-tall metal wall was just completed there. Security cameras, lighting, and motorized gates are next. Texas Land Commissioner Dawn Buckingham is leading the proposal.
The idea is it takes several days or a period of time to properly process everybody that you are sending back to their country of origin. And the countries of origin is not just one, it's over 150. So as Tom Homan said on Dr. Phil the other day, one day you might have a flight of people going to Asia, the next day you might have a flight of people going to Haiti. I mean, it just varies as who's coming to where. But there is a period of time where you need to do all of the paperwork. So we view this as a last stop. They come, they get processed. We're sure that the process is fair and just and all that type of thing, and then we get them off our soil.
NBC5 traveled to the Rio Grande Valley ahead of Trump's new immigration actions. You can see how the valley is preparing in reports by NBC5's Maria Guerrero and photojournalist Mike Heimbuck online at NBCDFW.com.
I'm looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, a lot of data about the movement of goods and services.
She's cute.
And they use that data to conduct corporate and industrial and even military espionage against the United States. Now, that doesn't have to do directly with the canal. It has to do with the it has to do with the just Panama in general. And by the way, that same Chinese company manages 53 ports around the globe in 24 countries. Wow. Many of those ports are in America's allies, like Great Britain and places like that, Italy and stuff like that. Now, that same company, Hutchison Whampoa, also has offices and employees in the United States. And so if we're all worried about China having access to the information that they do in the Panama Canal, we should be equally worried about the access that China has to those ports and the same information in 24 other countries. Okay? So that's the bigger issue. It's not about China being able to shut the gates of the Panama Canal, because there's no way for them to do that. That's not the issue. And I, as I mentioned, if you go back and look at one of my lives where I talked about how Trump likes to anchor his conversations by making a man, I'm even in Do Not Disturb. Did I just lose audio? Can you hear me? Can you? Oh my gosh, look at that poor guy. Yeah. Can you hear me? What do you think about Burmese illegals? I can't read it. We're bouncing around too much. Tell you what, why don't you park somewhere and we'll finish this up.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a right.
Okay, good. Yeah, somebody tried to call me and almost bumped me off.
Donald Trump's allies vowed a campaign of shock and awe as soon as he returned to the Oval Office. And in just a matter of days, he has already followed through on that chaotic promise. In a late-night purge, Trump fired more than a dozen inspectors general in the federal government across multiple departments. A Trump official said the move was an effort by the president to let go of parts of the Biden administration that don't align with the new administration, whatever that means. One of those fired inspectors general was Mark Lee Greenblatt, who served as the Interior Department's inspector general. Here's what he told my colleague Yamiche Alcindor just earlier today.
Well, it was a mix of emotions, frankly. It was everything from disappointment to sadness. The key question here is who does the president appoint in the place of the IGs that he's removed? We are we're so-called watchdogs inside the federal agency. So does he appoint true watchdogs or does he appoint lapdogs?
Now, the firings came hours after Trump's defense secretary nominee, former Fox Weekend host Pete Hegseth, was narrowly confirmed in the Senate after his nomination was nearly derailed by scandals, including allegations, of course, of sexual assault, which he had denied. It was only the second time in U.S. history that a vice president was required to break a tie for a cabinet-level nominee. Hegseth's confirmation was aided in part by the influential conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which, of course, pressured GOP senators to get him over the finish line. Trump's pick to head the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, was also confirmed today in the Senate. Noem has been a vocal supporter of Trump's most hardline immigration policies, and that, of course, includes birthright citizenship, which the president has attempted to end through executive action. Just a matter of days, Trump has pumped out more than 50 executive orders, many of which seem straight out of a conservative blueprint we've long been warning about on this show: the Heritage Foundation's dystopian Project 2025. Now, according to a new analysis from Time, nearly 2/3 of the executive actions Trump has issued so far actually mirror or partially mirror proposals from the 900-page document, ranging from sweeping deregulation measures to aggressive immigration reform. Trump's order suspending the U.S. refugee admissions program, it aligns with Project 2025's recommendation for an indefinite curtailment of refugee admissions. Trump's decision to pull the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Agreement, well, yep, that one also follows a proposal in the conservative document that called for shutting down the agency's offices, programs, and directives designed to advance the Paris Climate Agreement. And then there was Trump's decision to reverse former President Biden's executive order that would allow transgender people to serve in the military. You see where I'm going with this? It's also in Project 2025. And this influence isn't just limited to executive orders. No. In fact, yesterday, Trump repeatedly proposed getting rid of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or as we know it, FEMA, saying disaster relief should be left up to the states while we are in the middle of multiple natural disasters. Now, Project 2025 has also called for reforming FEMA spending by shifting the majority of preparedness and response costs to states and localities instead of the federal government. 1 week in, Donald Trump isn't hiding it anymore. This is officially the Project 2025 presidency. And now that he's in the White House, he doesn't care who knows. Remember on the campaign trail, he said he'd never heard about it, didn't know anything about it? Well, now the question is, what are the Democrats going to do about it? Let's bring in my panel. Joining me now is Jennifer Horn, former New Hampshire Republican Party chair and host of the Is It Just Me or Have We All Lost Our Minds podcast, and Basil Smykel, MSNBC political analyst and professor of practice at Columbia University. It's great to have both of you with us. Jennifer, I'll start with this very troubling late-night purge last night. Let me play for you and our viewers what the Minority Leader Chuck Schumer just said about this earlier. Watch.
Donald Trump's decision to fire 12 of the federal government's independent watchdogs is a glaring sign that it's a golden age for abuse in government and even corruption. When government agencies disobey the law in the next year, and there's no independent IG to keep them in check, Donald Trump could well regret this action.
Basil, why? Jennifer, give me your thoughts on that reaction first, and then I'll get Basil's thoughts on it as well. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Well, I think that Chuck Schumer made a really important point there. Probably the most important point about all of this is that these are people who are, these are positions that serve to provide oversight as watchdogs. One of your earlier clips talked about Trump wants to install lapdogs, not watchdogs. So the folks that he's purging are kind of the eyes and ears for the American people in government, making sure that, to oversee that they're, whether it's corruption, waste, abuse, all of any kind. However, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. He's essentially he's, as always, exactly what he said he was going to do. This is the Project 2025 Donald Trump administration. And what we have seen in this insane pace of destructive executive orders over this first week, we need to brace ourselves. This is only the beginning. This is just the cornerstone of what the real corruption and destruction is going to be over the next 4 years.
So, Basil, give it to me from a Democratic strategist point of view. The question that I was posing more broadly here: what can Democrats realistically do as they see this influx of action that is beginning to effectively curtail our democracy and maybe kind of begin to break it up a little bit?
Yeah, for a period of time after the election, folks were saying that Democrats were in a bit of a malaise, which I never believed and never sort of understood. What Democrats are is looking hyper-local. There's a macro and there's a micro sort of pushback and resistance in the 2.0. The macro is a lot of what you'll see in D.C. It is Chuck Schumer speaking on it in the ways that he has. It's Democrats trying to determine, given the fact that we don't seem to have checks and balances in our system right now, what can we do in the House and the Senate to be able to at least, kind of fill those voids, plug some of those holes, so at least there's enough pushback to, so that things just don't happen sort of automatically in the way Trump wants it to. But then there's a micro. It's what happens when Democrats go hyper-local. And I talk about this all the time. Most people, the policy that affects most people's lives occurs at the state and local level. If the pushback, if the resistance, if you will, is making sure that someone like Attorney General Tish James or the secretaries of state that are elected across the country, that they can stay in those seats and offer that kind of resistance, even locally, all of that really helps. But that work needs to be happening right now as we start to get into the midterms in a relatively short period of time.
Yeah,
I think it's a macro and a micro kind of approach.
I think we're at the moment, and we're already 1 week in, where we have to break the glass in case of an emergency. Those things that you see on the train when you have the handle, and it's like you gotta start doing something. I mean, I know we're a week in, but this is exactly what Trump wanted to do, which is like flood the zone, create the chaos, and overwhelm the system in so many different ways that those who are trying to fight back are almost paralyzed, because where and when and how to fight back now becomes the challenge. Jennifer, you had the head of the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency releasing a statement saying that the removals are a significant threat to the actual and perceived independence of IGs. Some fired watchdogs now say that anyone put in these positions in the future will automatically, no matter who it is, will be viewed as a loyalist.
And that's extremely dangerous. And it's dangerous. Basil's talking about the micro macro level on a different, from a little different perspective. This is extremely dangerous when you look at it from the macro level, the highest level of what the impact could be. This is going to have an impact not just on individual policies in the next 2 years or 4 years. It's going to have a long-lasting impact on the trustworthiness of democracy, the trustworthiness of any elected leader going forward, Republican or Democrat. And, and we could talk about the specifics of what this means in this moment and specific policies and specific issues. But what really, I think, surprises me to a small degree with Trump and his MAGA guys is that they're so short-sighted on this. What do they think is going to happen the next time the Democrats are in charge, the next time there is a Democratic president in the White House? It's so short-sighted for them politically that I'm almost shocked, except that everything about MAGA is so short-sighted. But from the point of the American people, it is a significant threat to how our government works, the stability and the ethical running of government in our country.
Basil, you and I are old enough to remember that on the campaign trail, President Trump denied and lied about knowing anything to do with Project 2025. Time, that piece that I was referencing, the Time magazine article that I was referencing, says that 2/3 of Trump's executive actions now mirror those of Project 2025. You had a White House spokesperson responding to that article saying Trump had nothing to do with Project 2025. We knew we were being gaslit at the time that he was saying it, when we saw the people who were involved in Project 2025 just kind of hovering around the campaign. Is there anyone in this country now that has doubt that this had always been the plan?
They shouldn't have any doubt. I mean, to Jennifer's point earlier, when someone tells you who they are, believe them. And in this case, there's no reason not to believe that every aspect of that 22-page document there's intentionality around implementing it. People paid for it. They sponsored it. If you look at the document, look at all those organizations that sort of put their imprimatur on it. Now, there is a real effort to make sure that that comes to fruition. And there is an important point embedded in that. The point that Donald Trump's going to throw a lot of his decision-making, a lot of stuff against the wall to make people react, because kind of the chaos is the currency there, right? But then there is the other stuff that happens beneath that, the sort of submerged policymaking that might not be for public consumption, but is still going to exist. And that's why one of the ways in which Democrats can really push back on this is to keep the country really informed at the little movements, the small things. What RFPs are going out there that people are going to try to apply for to be able to do locally? What is the head of OMB doing? Like, what are the, all of those positions that we may not think of because they're not sort of sexy and don't get a lot of press, but all of those little things that government does that are submerged really need to start coming to light. That's one thing that Democrats could really do.
Here I am. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, rock you like a hurricane. Sorry. Kitty turned it off. Kitty turned. You turned on. Oh, yeah. Come here, you turn her over. Oh, no, you're gonna go. Oh, you wanna go? Ready? Ready? Okay, go. It's 10:10 California time. Cold today. Colder here than it was yesterday. A lot colder than it was the day before that when I washed my car when it was like 80 degrees. Now it's a little frigid. I can feel the dampness in the air. Let's see. Right now we got. Oh, it says there's rain starting soon. Intermittent rain from 10:56. Oh man, poles are gonna get wet. Continuing to 4 p.m. 90% chance of rain tonight. No, I don't know. I just say when the 90% is. 60% at 11 though. Humidity's 74% right now. Yeah, that's why it feels so cold in here. Even though it's 25.6 degrees Celsius, whatever the hell that is. $78 degrees. It's cold in here. I got the COVID, bro. I got the rectum COVID somehow. Kind of they were testing for in Asia. Remember, you can only test by taking a poop sample. The best way. It's the way of the Mohicans.
New details tonight on reports Mexico refused an ICE deportation flight from the U.S. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera explains the confusion.
The Mohicans.
The U.S. is touting a successful relationship with Mexico. This is important because yesterday there were reports that Mexico had refused a deportation flight from the U.S. A State Department official tells Fox News, yes, Mexico had rejected a deportation flight, but not because Mexico is refusing to cooperate.
Why is this frozen? You don't know why you smoke weed anymore? What do you mean? This is medicine. Without this, I'm a fucking doctor. I'm Mr. Hyde. This makes me Dr. Jekyll. What if it's making you stupid? Why would you? Here's my theory on the. I mean, if you think that it's actually making you lose intelligence points by killing off brain cells or something, that's not happening. Not to the extent that people think it happens, at least. Here's my theory. See, weed stores in fat cell, right? It stores in fat. Everybody knows it's fat soluble. And as you burn fat, you can actually release, like say you haven't smoked in a while and you've been clean and you lose a lot of fat, you take a drug test, you can actually pop. They can find it if it's sensitive enough. So wait, if you ever had pork brains, I've had it out of a can. It's kind of fatty. It's kind of a fatty like organ. It seems. So what I'm thinking is over time, see, you get into a fog after smoking weed a little bit because the weed is storing in the fat cells. Well, it's stored in the brain too, I think, in the fat that's in the brain. So it might slow down firing somewhat, but in abstinence of it, that all goes away and it goes back to normal. Because it doesn't just stay in fat forever. So you might be dumbed down a little bit comparatively, but as soon as you stop, that'll go away. How do you think it makes you stupid though? You talking about it makes you say stupid shit? Like that's different than making you actually stupid. Making you a lower intelligent. A lot of hash. So I'm a believer that weed's a psychedelic. It's not a depressant. I smoke a joint and I want to research shit more. I want to learn more about something like Everything I learned about crypto before doing that, like building this PC, like everything I've learned in the past decade minimum, I've been high as shit while I learned it. College is awesome, Stone. Working out, even better. Cheech and Chong said they used to always work out, Stone. While they were always doing it in the movies. Like they did that in real life too. This is broken right now.
That official says the flight was rejected because of a paperwork misunderstanding. News rotation flight from the U.S. A State Department.
New details tonight on reports Mexico refused an ICE deportation flight from the U.S. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera explains the confusion.
Need to rub some
The
oil
U.S.
on
is
it.
touting a successful relationship with Mexico. This is important because yesterday there were reports that Mexico had refused a deportation flight from the U.S. A State Department official tells Fox News, yes, Mexico had rejected a deportation flight, but not because Mexico is refusing to cooperate. That official says the flight was rejected because of a paperwork misunderstanding. In fact, State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce says Mexico received 4 ICE flights on Thursday and 2 military flights were sent to Guatemala. The Remain in Mexico policy requires some asylum seekers to wait in Mexico for their hearings at a U.S. immigration court. It needs the participation of Mexico. Earlier this week, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said non-Mexican nationals would not be hosted in Mexico.
Wait, hold
she also
up.
said she would be talking
Wait
with
a
the Trump
second.
administration about how to pay for the deportation flights.
You'll
Meantime,
pay
the
for
Pentagon
'em.
is deploying 1,500
Oh.
Army personnel and Marines to the southern border to boost military presence there.
We believe
let 'em
in
come up
border
here.
security.
Get 'em back.
Not every border is the same. All cities across the southern border are different. Laredo is the largest port of entry to the United States and the commercial side. So we have different challenges, but we all have challenges.
This week, ICE agents also arrested hundreds of migrants across the country in what it calls targeted operations focused on criminal aliens who threaten national security and public safety. Some Democrats, though, say the tactics are sparking fear and instability.
What you are seeing in this moment is a tactic to target anyone that may look immigrant. You're seeing it across the country.
The mayor in Newark, New Jersey, called an ICE raid at a business in his city unconstitutional as it happened without a warrant. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And President Trump indicating late Saturday he wants to move the more than 1 million Palestinians from Gaza to either Jordan or Egypt. Trump saying he spoke with the King of Jordan about building more housing in the region for these refugees. His comments come as phase 1 of the ceasefire and hostage release deal faces new difficulties. Israel warning that Gazan civilians would not be able to return home until Hamas releases a civilian hostage, who was expected in this weekend's prisoner exchange. Here with us now is Daniel Levy, president of the
Dude,
U.S.
are
Middle
we
East
gonna
Project
finally
and
kick
former
them out of
negotiator
Gaza?
for
That'd
the
be
Talbot
amazing.
Accords. Good to see you again, Daniel.
That'd
Good
be the
morning.
smartest thing we've ever done.
Good morning, Hannah. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
that
So there's
Israel's
already been
ever done,
cracks in the
or that we've
fragile
helped do.
ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
And the
How do you
recent-
expect these latest
recent-
remarks from President Trump to
That'd be
factor
awesome. They don't need to be there, man. Get out of here.
I think we should probably distinguish a little Hannah, between
West Bank 2.
getting this ceasefire
Let's
deal
give Israel their damn
further
country.
down the road. Can it be seen through to its completion? There's a dynamic inside Israel now. I'm sure people have witnessed the images of the 3 girls last weekend, 4 just yesterday being released. That creates some momentum, some pressure to see through the deal, because on the other side of that ledger, we know that Prime Minister Netanyahu, we were told Hamas was the obstacle, but we know Netanyahu didn't want the deal. There seems to be a very rare unanimity in Israel that that was the case, from those who support Netanyahu, those who don't. We know that his coalition has become very fragile around this deal, and we know that there is going to be a very bumpy road towards implementation. So you have that. And then you have the comments by the new president, President Trump, on Air Force One yesterday. That creates an even more permissive environment for the most hardline elements inside Israel, to get very excited. Those are the same elements who voted against the deal in the cabinet. This minister Smotrich, another minister, and his Jewish Power Party, Ben Gvir, left the government. And they're now saying, let's turn what Trump said into a workable plan. And these two things, of course, won't go together. You can't say, well, here's a ceasefire agreement so the Palestinians can begin, and it's going to be a huge, long process to rebuild their lives, return initially to rubble, then try and reconstruct something. You can't have that and an attempt to permanently displace them coexist. This doesn't help, in other words.
President Trump also making available those 2,000-pound bombs the Biden administration previously blocked from Israel. What will that mean for Israel's ability to defend itself?
Oh, well, nothing in this is about defending itself, Hannah. These bombs are not defensive weapons. These are the bombs that have led to 46,000 plus, and there's every day new dead Palestinian civilians tragically being found under the rubble. So these numbers are going to be well in excess of 50,000. These are the kinds of bombs that have led to war crimes being committed. That's why the International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants against Netanyahu and his former defense minister. So it's not just these bombs. Let's also acknowledge that what the Biden administration provided was quite ample in terms of creating the hellscape that people are seeing on their screens right now, destroying homes, schools, hospitals, literally 90% plus of the housing stock and of the building stock in Gaza. So again, it adds to this permissive environment. If you take these things together, Henna, I don't think one should make light of the provision of this additional weaponry and the comments about displacing the population when you have an Israeli government that has stated that it would like to pursue those goals. I would, though, add one note of caution, Henna, and we're used to a president who talks a big game. Now let's step back from that. Israel, with all the weaponry that it had, and I don't think these are game changers, was unable to defeat Hamas militarily, and the big failure was not to have a political plan. Secondly, I think one has to ask the Trump administration, is this one of the things, this idea of displacing people, is this one of the things where it controls all the variables? Is this really a priority for America? At what cost to America? You just had a report about Homeland Security. Is this going to add to how secure Americans feel at home or in the world? And the last thing I'd say is this really the same president who's saying to a country like Jordan, a country with just over 10 million people, hey, why can't you accept another million? That's the equivalent in the US of taking in 30 million people. Now, help me if my memory is serving me badly.
Yeah, but these people can live in mud huts and they have plenty of land.
But I don't think this is a president who thinks that his own country should be taking in any, let alone 10%, 30 million equivalent new people. So I don't want to pretend that this is meaningless, but I also question its seriousness.
No, that's a... Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
You good sport. I gotta get her ready in case a kid comes over or something. I gotta start picking her up by her tail, just in case. I'm just kidding, man. Man, I saw a video of a dude, a police officer, pulling a coyote. It got into a grocery store, like, chilled section, not the one with the doors, but the one that is open, like where you can just pick the butter up out of. They got into one of those areas and he was yanking on this thing by its tail, dude. I felt bad for it. They got him out. I mean, but god dang, man. They have got like animal control in there on that. Is that how they would have taken it out too? Yanking by its tail with two hands. Y'all see, anybody else see that video and think, dang man, poor guy, poor little coyote? Poor little fella. Man, it must have been really hungry to go up inside of the grocery store though. We have coyotes here too. It's I think I actually saw some coyote poop out there one day. And it was around the time Tux was still here. It could be what got Tux. I would have thought that his carcass would have been somewhere though, because I don't think they eat the whole cat. But animal control might have picked him up without there being a report on it also, because they just, as they're driving around, if they see something, they might just pick it up without reporting it. I wonder if I could call them and ask, because they probably at least write down everything that they pick up. And I could ask if in a certain like block area of my address was there a tuxedo cat that was mauled or anything. I might do that later. I mean, I can't do it today, they're not open, but that's something. I bet they have to report everything they pick up though, just for that purpose. For that porpoise. Remember Flipper? Was Flipper a porpoise or a dolphin? Oh, look at this asshole. We got migrant news.
He's accused of smuggling 52 migrants in Texas within a 7-month period between June of last year and this month. This week, Bexar County Sheriff's deputies arrested Abelardo Herrera and pulling back the covers on his alleged illegal activities. The night team Zaria Oates shares how the office was able to make their arrest and how they're pursuing human smuggling operations amid heightened concern around immigration.
We've got 3 different incidents involving this person.
What is he doing right there?
Clearly has not gotten the point that his activities are highly illegal.
He's clearly a proud boy. He'd be like, "You proud of your boy? What's going on right here? Who does that? Do you do 3 like this, or like this?" I don't do it like this, but it's just. I wasn't taught to do it like this. Interesting.
Legal. This is Abelardo Herrera, a 30-year-old
Okay, anybody
man
who doesn't understand this, it's supposedly a symbol for white supremacy because it's a W on top and a P on the bottom. Not a good look, really, for the chief of police.
Laredo.
It's arrest talking about a migrant. It's the okay sign. Yeah, okay, Oreo. Shut the fuck up.
We're just saying okay. What are you so mad about? We're just saying okay, man. Get a job, you liberal.
Who the Bexar County Sheriff's Office Human Exploitation Unit has connected to 3 smuggling operations in less than 7 months.
I mean, I can tell you this guy here has links to the cartels.
You may remember this scene from June 2024 when 24 migrants were found in a hidden compartment on a flatbed trailer. Herrera was originally arrested that day.
He was a part of that smuggling ring.
Is that the trailer? Oh my god, that would be so scary. It's like just a metal grate and you'd have the road right there. Like the interstate just they're all just laying under. That's how, man, that's how bad Mexicans were trying to get in here, because Mexicans weren't getting approved for any of that shit, the app. And they had to have been getting jealous, super jealous, seeing all these people travel through their country and coming up in here. This is how a lot of the Mexicans were coming in. That would be wild, dude. That's worse. This would be worse than Greyhound, for sure. And it would probably, like, the fumes, too, because you're so low to the ground and, like, no windshield or anything. Probably get all kinds of fucking exhaust fumes coming in from the cars in front of y'all.
arrested that day.
He was a part of that smuggling ring. I believe he made bond and got out and went about his way. We continue to investigate the case.
On January 14th, BCSO's Human Exploitation Unit arrested Herrera for smuggling an additional 12 migrants. On January 22nd, a joint multi-agency operation located 16 other migrants at Herrera's home. It's unclear why he was not held in jail after the second smuggling attempt on the 14th, but BCSO believes Herrera is responsible for smuggling 52 people in total over the 3 separate smuggling operations.
This guy just keeps resurfacing, but as far as the other ones go, I don't have any reason to believe that there's any ongoing threat to the community or anything like that.
Herrera's arrest comes on the heels of President Donald Trump's efforts to secure a strong southern border and end illegal immigration.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
A major point of contention, though, is whether or not Immigration and Customs Enforcement will actually raid schools, churches, and hospitals through federal orders.
I am not concerned with going into churches or going into schools. People should be free to worship or get an education. If they're legal enough to get into the school system, let them go to school in peace.
Zaria Oates, KSAT 12 News.
Oh, this is from 3 days ago, but I like how it says they are hunting us. I want to hear whoever said this say it. They're hunting us. Where are you, buddy? Hunted. Sad for my family, for my mother, for my father, and for my brothers. I have a brother who is sick. He had a stroke, but I can't help or support him. There are many people who really need help. They brought us tied up as if we were the worst, but arriving here at the San Diego airport, according to them, they told us that they were going to take off the handcuffs because we are behaved well. From them, they put us in a truck. But we are tied up. Yes, they are hunting us. In fact, it's heard that they are catching them in the churches. They are making checkpoints. They're going to start with San Diego and they're going to Colorado. Right now, the situation there is rough for the whole family. Those who do not have documentation are scared to go to work. Drive if you don't have a way of transportation. That's how you're going to support. Look, how you can support your family. Quit crimes. We're going to get more crimes now. And there are people who do nothing. They've been living for years. I think those people should have an opportunity to do something and not to be deported. Just like that. The way they treat us and the way they brought us here was very ugly way. Kiss my ass while you kick me out. You get the fuck out of here. You've been here too long. What, the longer you've been here, the more you should be able to stay? Just think about this. Does that work out normally? Like, the more you fuck over somebody, do you get more rights or less rights? If you aren't doing us a favor by being here illegally, that's how they think it is. That they were. Oh, thanks. Sorry. Yeah. Is she getting fat? You think? I think she's chubby. Do you think I should feed her a little bit less? What do you think? I'm not playing. I've been thinking about it. You might be a little chubby. I feed her 5 grams of meal less. 65 to 60. Hey. My brothers, I wanted to go there because my country is dangerous. Honduran migrant. I think it's the only country that provides a safe. It's the only country that can provide them safety in all of South and Central America. in North America. Mexico can't do it. Now, no place can do it but America. Because we're the best at doing it. No other place can do it. Right, lady?
Seguridad, ¿cierto?
I also wanted to be with my family. I want to provide a better future to my children. I wanted them to study because studying is hard in my country. Well, make your country better, bitch. What are you doing? Vote differently or something. Maybe move there and try to figure it out. Live in the woods. I do it so that they can have a better future. I think many people waited for CBP one appointment for, and I think it's wrong that they canceled the appointments. Oh, I understand that they were going to cancel that. I think the appointment should have been canceled. There are many people who really need it and who travel due to delicate issues. Most of us faced hard times when we left our country. Most of us faced hard times. What do you mean, dude? Like, a lot of these people had a house that they sold, a car that they sold in the country that they left. They just were like, they had to pick between meat or potatoes. Maybe they were broke as shit, but they were surviving, right?
Desde la selva hasta ahora que estoy aquí esperando para.
Because dude, most of these people are fucking chubby. Look at her. Does she look like she's missed many meals? Her face is chubby as shit, dude. She's round. Her shape is round.
Porque hay muchas personas que realmente sí lo necesitamos y que pues viajamos por motivos bastante difíciles, que casi todos creo que pasamos por muchas cosas así cuando venimos de nuestro país.
Todo ha sido complicado, iniciando desde la selva hasta ahora que estoy aquí esperando para poder pasar, pero ahorita ando con un poco de nervios con lo que acabamos de ver, que cancelaron la cuestión de lo de la cita, porque ahora Donald Trump va a recibir lo de la presidencia. La verdad, son tantas cosas, son tantas cosas que se nos cruza que la verdad no sabemos cuál es la realidad de las cosas.
Poor thing, poor freaking thing doesn't know what the future holds. Should have stayed at home. You knew what the future held there. Oh.
Beep beep, excavator, hold on tight, heavy machinery at work here. Whee!
A new meat canyon.
Oh no!
This will get Brody to say something if he's lurking.
Dang it! Oh. Hello?
Did you drop this?
David Dobrik? I haven't seen you in years. So you've just been down here, huh? It smells.
No. I've been traveling the world with my friends having a great time. Look. Look at this.
Okay. David Dobrik.
Also, look at this. Look at that. I'm a totally new person, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Right?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I see you lost some weight. That's cool.
I mean, I used to be a fat piece of shit, but I'm a changed
man. He
right?
was
I'm totally different, right?
He was he would eat on. He was one of the eaters. That's right. I remember now. But it seemed fake. Like, he would put on like drama performances with his gay boyfriend. Like, they would do weird, like, act like they were really mad at each other, and he'd start crying on stream and stuff his face with a bunch of food or something. He would do mukbangs type shit. I never watched him, but I think we watched a couple of them when we were checking out. Like, we ran into Royce Miller, and then I went on the rabbit hole of all the different weird people on YouTube, and he was one of them. Eaters of YouTube. Nick Avocado, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. I'm just gonna look up David Dobrik. David Dobrik, or is this no? This is a different one. Actually, no, this is a different guy. Damn it! I don't know. I don't even think I've ever seen this guy before in my life. He was a Nickelodeon person. You know, it's a different person. I think. Well, he did do mukbang videos though, but it's not the same fat dude I was thinking about. I don't know. I don't get this one.
Right? Say I'm different. Say I'm different. I mean, don't you think I'm a changed man? I'm a new person. Look, I'm different. I'm physically different. I'm different, right?
I mean, you know, David, not everyone's perfect, and I mean, we all make mistakes. If you're down here and feel guilty about something, I mean, you know, you could come out and just admit it, right? Sitting down here in this sewer and showing kids your vlogs and your abs just, I don't know, just feels like you're avoiding something. You know what I mean, David? I don't know, you've been down here a while, it's kind of weird.
I'm a totally changed person.
Well, I gotta.
Right? I'm a totally changed person.
I don't even recognize him.
He's a totally new person. I don't even remember who he was. He's so changed now. I mean, don't you want your toy back? And a free Tesla.
I don't really care about the Tesla. I'm 9, but sure, I'll take the toy.
Let me grab it. Grab it.
I got you. I got. I got you. Boom 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 boom. Oh, you're getting kind of Bucky Bronco-y on me, aren't you? You know, Bucko Bronco, you don't. You're doing it on purpose. Stop it. She didn't like me blowing on her butthole. Oh, I guess that's our vagina too, though. Might be extra cold. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. Whoa. Fighter jet escorting Air Force One. A fighter jet that was escorting Air Force One landing. That's dope. Damn. Oh, it's a Harrier. Even cooler. Yo, dude, that gives me chills. That's sick. I've never seen that before. I'm watching that again. I don't give a shit. Oh, what? Why they freeze? Dude. That's cool, man. But it sounds like a freaking Star Wars TIE fighter coming in, though. Wow. It's one of...
After an attempted theft of one of my vehicles, I went on a mission.
Oh, that was the only short that was good out of all of them. Exploiting disabled patients.
Hey guys, my name is Modi and you are welcome to Modi Speaks. So today's video is a heartbreaking one, okay? It is also a deeply upsetting video because it involves the abuse of a disabled individual by a so-called health worker. Okay, I have come to realize that some people are just plain evil. Some people are just degenerates, pure degenerates. Some people are just created in this world so that they can be thrown into the fiery pits of hell. Some people just deserve to spend the greater part of their life in jail.
Okay.
Today, we're going to be deeply hurt and disappointed, I'm sorry to do this, by this so-called nurse, or will I call her a health worker, I don't know, who decided it was okay to abuse some disabled patients and use them for amusement and for attention seeking, for views on TikTok. Totally disregarding work ethics, protecting disabled patients from being recorded without consent from their family. This individual we're going to be looking at today is the pure definition of vile. She is disgusting and totally despicable. But the worst of it all is that she does not even feel bad for her actions because she came out to defend her actions and even went further to exploit her patients more. But before we get into the video though, please consider subscribing to my channel if you've not already. Like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buy me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. All right, now brace yourselves for this abomination. This is supposed to be a scene out of a dystopian world. In fact, this is supposed to be too dystopian for a dystopian world. But instead, We are seeing this happening in our own society. Where do messed up individuals like this horrible woman come from? And before I even start talking about her shameful behavior, I just want to let out my anger for whichever care home or hospital that hired her in the first place. Nursing is a respectable job. Those who get employed into the field need to be respectable too. I thought these people are supposed to vet their employees before employing them. How come they accepted this crazy woman? Because if you look up her name on TikTok, the second video you're gonna see is a video of her showing you exactly the kind of person she is, which is an irresponsible individual who shakes her behind on the internet for views and clicks. Why didn't they look into her profile before bestowing her with such dignified opportunity, before giving her such a sensitive job? That is my anger with the hospital or whatever care home she works for. Now back to her. She disgusts me. Honestly, she does. And if she doesn't disgust you, believe me, you're not subscribed to this channel. Now, there is one reason why you're not seeing this story on every news outlet you can think of. And that is because we have a black woman dancing and rubbing herself on a disabled patient who is white. Now, imagine this the other way around. Let's say the nurse is a white woman and the patient is a black man. Ha! The internet will be up in flames by now. But why is everyone quiet when it is a black woman committing this atrocity? Why? Disabled people are not objects of amusement and ridicule. They are human beings like us who are going through a lot inside just to fit into our world. They are not made to be used for attention seeking by degenerate individuals. But instead of this woman showing remorse and apologizing for her behavior, she came out to defend herself, claiming that the patient even enjoys what she's doing.
Right now, it's a video that's going viral of me, the healthcare worker that's dancing on top of her patient's head. It's not what it is. Trust and believe. All I gotta say for now is angles play a big part, but we're gonna get into that another time. Okay? A lot of people in the comments talking about sex, just all type of dumb. Non-verbal, trust and believe, he's verbal, and if he's not verbal to his kins, then I don't know what's going on over there, but around here he be verbal, and I got proof. What you say? I'll get my hug. You want to get a hug? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He looks very aware and comfortable to me, so y'all need to stop jumping to conclusions, even though, yeah, I do see how you look, but trust me, it's not that. Enough is enough. Stay tuned.
You know, we keep seeing more degeneracy from these so-called employees on the internet. We keep seeing them doing the most horrible thing on the internet just so they can go viral because they know that they don't have any real talent. They are not smart, they are not funny, and they have no skills to make themselves marketable to the social media community. So they resort to doing the most outrageous things just to obtain attention from the internet. So the next idiot is trying to be more outrageous than the other idiot. So they keep going a step further with their despicable acts. So like she said, she did nothing wrong. Her actions are just normal. It is not harassment, and it is not a breach of the patient's privacy either, according to her. And that is why she went ahead to drop yet another video.
Come in and chill with me. Come bleed with me. Come down your hair. You heard what Gucci said. Been around.
I'm gonna say it again. The hospital or the care home that employs her should be given some kind of legal punishment for hiring an unvetted goon and for still letting her keep her job even after she released the first video. But I'm thinking she might not even be a nurse. Maybe she may just be a sitter for a home care agency, or maybe she's just freelancing, or she might be a healthcare worker. But irrespective of whichever one she really is, she needs to be fired immediately. This is extremely unethical. This is unprofessional. If she has any valuable license, I say have it revoked and ban her from ever working in any healthcare facility forever in her life. Her video received massive backlash on Twitter because yes, it went viral over there and people are just calling her out. This comment read, "If she isn't fired and charged by the family, we are lost as a nation." This comment exactly said what's on my mind, okay? If the family didn't sue her for this abuse, if the people she works for doesn't fire her for this display, then we, as a society, might have a huge problem on our hands. That's absolutely against the rules of privacy for group home for the mentally challenged to take their picture or video without written consent of the family, and that's also sexual abuse of someone with disabilities. She needs to see the insides of a prison cell. I couldn't agree more. I totally want to see her arrested and charged accordingly. Now, this person said I don't know if this is bad or not. You'd have to ask him if he was a willing participant. Degrading treatment is pretty subjective. Did he feel degraded? Did he want to make the video with her? Only he knows. Come on, Brett. There is no justification for her action. I mean, this is a disabled patient we're talking about here. If it was just any other patient, then maybe I would understand. And I'm not trying to degrade disabled people, okay? But I'm just saying that the nature of their medical condition provides that there should be some proper consent from their family before putting them through something like this. And I'm sure that no family would allow their challenged child to be ridiculed in this manner. Imagine paying someone to take care of your disabled child and you see them online doing this. Trust me, there is no excuse for this behavior. It is definitely trash and she deserves some consequences. Calling her out online is not nearly enough. Criticizing her degenerate behavior on my little YouTube channel is not enough either. She needs to be charged with violating her patient's privacy rules, and she needs to be charged with assault against a disabled patient, together with any more charges that would be considered appropriate for her disgusting behavior. Her actions are just plain evil, so she should be made to bear the full consequences of her actions. As always, guys, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions, but feel free to share yours in the comment section below, but do so respectfully. Also, if you're not yet subscribed to my channel, honestly, I don't know what you're waiting for. Subscribe to the channel, like and share this video to keep people informed, and consider joining my membership or buy me a coffee if you like, as a way of supporting the channel. Thank you for watching this video, and I hope to catch you on the next one. For now, peace.
Doobie doobie doobie, baby doobie doo, oh baby doo. Oh. The balls were wet. Israel says it won't withdraw from Lebanon by deadline.
I said to him, I'd love you to take on more, because I'm looking at the whole Gaza Strip right now, and it's a mess. It's a real mess.
So you'd like Jordan to
I'd like him to take people. I'd like Egypt to take people. I'm meeting with, I'm talking to General al-Sisi tomorrow, sometime, I believe. And I'd like Egypt to take people, and I'd like Jordan to take people. I mean, you're talking about probably 1.5 million people, and we just clean out that whole thing. It's, you know, it's over the centuries that's many, many conflicts that site. And I don't know, it's something has to happen, but it's literally a demolition site right now. Almost everything's demolished, and people are dying there. So I'd rather get involved with some of the Arab nations and build housing at a different location where they can maybe live in peace for a change.
temporary, or would they
It could be either. It could be temporarily, could be long term.
No, fucking long term.
Yeah.
We released them today, and they'll have them, and they paid for them, and you know they've been waiting for them for a long time. They've been in storage for a long time, but we released them today to Israel.
Why did you do that, sir?
Because they bought them.
Breaking this morning, the Republican White House has a new warning for Republican senators. Get behind all of Trump's cabinet picks or face political consequences. Senior White House official telling NBC News, quote, "It's pass-fail You either support everyone or you don't. The Senate needs to advise and consent, not advise and adjust. The threat comes as 3 of Trump's most controversial cabinet picks prepare to face the Senate this week. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will testify this Wednesday and Thursday. He'll have to explain his embrace of vaccine conspiracies as he seeks the nation's top health role. Joining us now, Democratic Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware. She sits on the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions, one of 2 committees questioning Kennedy this week.
Yes. Senator, before we get into RFK Jr. and this hearing, the members of in the House, the ranking members, they all sent a letter to the president registering what they call their grave concern about his recent attempt to unlawfully, arbitrarily remove more than a dozen independent, nonpartisan inspectors general. Just your reaction to the news that the president late Friday night fired 18 inspectors general without the 30-day notice?
You know, I think that this is just representative of his administration. I mean, it has literally been not even a whole week. And for some people, it may feel like a year. The fear that it is, I think, intended to instill, you know, whether you are a federal employee, just trying to do your job. I've had people call me who work for the VA. Like, if we say we support veterans, this is how you treat the people who are working with veterans. The fear of whether you are an immigrant or a child of an immigrant. I had someone say to me yesterday, a young woman who is scared. She said, I was born here. I don't even know Belize. I've never been there. And so part of this intention is fear, but some of it is really to you know, get at some of the systematic issues that have been really safeguarding people. And I think that's why these nominations are so important as well, because we're talking about our health, our safety, our national security. And so, you know, for the House to send that letter, I think is appropriate. But this is going to be a moment where it is literally all hands on deck. I am so grateful to be in the Senate at this moment. I'm grateful to be in a position where we can ask the question of these nominees and put things on the record for the American people, because, you know, instead of dealing with the issues that people say they care about, he's focusing on things that are going to, again, instill fear, really try to maybe enrich his friends and create just more power.
From my perspective, Senator, the 3 nominees up this week are wholly unqualified. We wouldn't get the hex at that. That's just a brain fart on its own. But the reality that we have now in front of us is someone who is a threat to our national security, in Tulsi Gabbard, someone who's a threat to our homeland security in Kash Patel, and someone who's a threat to our health in RFK Jr. There's no question at this point that if I were a senator, I would ask them. I'd do one thing. I'd block every last one of them. I would not let it. I would tell. I mean, the White House is saying, "Oh, you Republicans, y'all don't get to advise and consent." Advise and adjust. That advise and consent basically is, you know, you do what we tell you to do. That's not your problem. You're in the minority, and with a very thin majority on the other side. What are Democrats prepared to do to make the point that these three individuals is a line that they are drawing on behalf of the country, that this administration is going to have to come back to the table with somebody else? Because, I mean, you already saw what your boy from West Virginia did to Democrats for 18 months. I don't understand why you can't do the same to Republicans.
Well, you know, for me, Michael, this is not even a partisan issue. The reality is we have a responsibility, a constitutional responsibility to advise and consent. And so when you don't get background checks on people, you know, when you don't get the information before you have a hearing or meet them, that first of all says we got an issue.
Right.
When I look at these individuals, I'm looking at your ability. Can you do the job? I'm looking at your experience. Have you ever managed anything? Do you know what mifepristone is if you're trying to be the secretary of HHS? And what is your character? Again, I've been blessed to serve in Delaware as under 2 governors, and I've gone through the cabinet process. And, you know, I'm also looking at, and I've asked some of these individuals on my one-on-one meetings, if the president is saying or doing something or proposing something that you think is bad for this country, will you speak up?
What's their answer?
Some have said, oh, yes, I will speak up. I will follow the law.
They're lying.
You know, this is
lying.
but I got to ask the question.
I know.
I know Alicia has a question. I just want to real quick. So did you meet with RFK Jr.?
I have.
And they made him available to you. How was the meeting?
The meeting was very interesting. I had concerns going in.
Why was it interesting?
I had concerns going in, and I have more concerns, and I'm looking forward to this hearing. You know, for me, I was, in addition to the issue of vaccines, which so many people have talked about, and we know the danger of this, you know, not being able to really, first of all, just putting out misinformation and disinformation and possibly profiting from it. That's a problem. I asked questions about reproductive freedom. You know, I've heard that he was pro-choice, and I've heard he is now whatever Donald Trump says. And so I wanted to get some clarity on that. Some of these things will come up in the hearing this week that you will hear. And then I wanted to know, what do you know about this department? It is the largest, you know, one of the most biggest budgets in the federal government. And I was Deputy Secretary of Health and Social Services in Delaware, as well as Secretary of Labor. So again, you know, I recognize that you're going to have to manage, and ultimately it is about our public health, our safety, and also making sure that we lower costs. So I also asked about the prescription drug negotiations. Are we going to continue on with that, and are there going to be more opportunities to lower costs for the American people? So it'll be an interesting hearing this week, I will tell you that.
Let's talk about where his stance on vaccines and cost for consumers might actually intersect. This is from Politico. The more far-reaching options that Kennedy has discussed with allies include disbanding the main panel of experts that advises the government on vaccines, evaluates their safety, and recommends which vaccines should be routinely administered to children and adults. And this is the part that I want to underline and talk about. Its decisions can also affect whether public and private insurers cover the shot's costs for patients. I mean, there's the reality for our communities and our children if these vaccinations are not available. There's also the reality for folks like myself. I'm still going to vaccinate my kids. The difference is my insurer now may choose not to cover it.
You know, there are a couple of things there. First of all, the issue of your insurer not choosing to cover it, which again is a problem. And there are also vaccines for children program that we need to make sure that our kids are safe when they go to school. And then all of the hard work that we as Democrats put in to make sure that seniors could get vaccines for free. And so again, it isn't just how he believes, it's how it will be implemented and show up for us. And then there's the other issue of the scientists. You know, someone can say, I believe in science, but if they believe in a science from some unfounded conspiratorial scientists who don't even have a background in science, then that's another problem. And so for us, I think this hearing is going to be a very interesting one. Senator Bernie Sanders actually convened a panel of experts to talk to our Democratic caucus members about vaccines and about the efficacy and about how we need to be looking at this nominee.
There's science and then there's science fiction. So.
Oh, I love that. There's science and then there's science fiction.
There we are.
Yeah.
Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh no. Important. Forgot the utensil to eat it with. I can't use my fingers. Kitty, leaping kitty, what you doing now? Come on, leap on my face. Oh really? Trump has broke the law by firing Inspector General.
Welcome back. And joining me now is Democratic Senator Adam Schiff of California. Senator Schiff, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Great to be with you.
It's great to have you here in person. Thank you for joining us. I want to start on
no, it's
President
Trump's
on the food. Sweeping pardons
No.
of the January 6th convicts. When he was on the campaign trail, he said he was going to look at each by a case-to-case basis. He also never ruled out pardoning those who had criminal convictions, who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers, for example. Were you surprised by these blanket pardons, Senator?
I don't know if I can say that I was surprised, but I was certainly appalled by them, and I was glad to hear Senator Graham share that concern over pardoning people who violently attacked police and beat them, bear sprayed them, crushed them in doorways, people who are utterly unrepentant for assaulting law enforcement. This not only is a terrible injury, additional injury to those law enforcement officers, but also this was a crime that was committed in furtherance of trying to stop the transfer of power after Donald Trump lost the election. So part of a bigger political crime. And it sends a message to others out there. If you use violence to keep Donald Trump in power or use violence in the service of Donald Trump, he will have your back. I guess when he said after the Charlottesville neo-Nazi rally,
hopefully Mama's all right, dude, and that medicine didn't have an adverse reaction with her like last time. It seemed like it might have. She didn't come by today. Maybe it's just the rain.
Proud Boys, stand by and stand back, or whatever his language was. He really meant it because he did have their back ultimately.
Well, the other pardons that were in focus this past week were, of course, those issued by President Biden as he was on his way out of the White House, issued pardons to family members. And in 2020, here's what he said about President Trump potentially issuing pardons to his family members. Take a look.
It concerns me in terms of what kind of precedent it sets and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice.
Senator, do you think that President Biden pardoning his own family members sets, as he says, a bad precedent?
Absolutely. He was right when he made those remarks. He was wrong to give these pardons. And among other things, what it says now to the Trump family and to President Trump's kids, they can engage in any kind of malfeasance, criminality, graft, whatever, and they can expect a pardon on the way out the door. That is not a message you want to send to this family or really any family occupying the White House.
Well, it's interesting. Your colleague, Senator Tim Kaine, had this to say about President Biden pardoning his family members. He says, quote, "It's harder to stand on the high ground and make a critique of the Trump pardons on January 6th when President Biden is pardoning family members." Do you agree with that? Does it make it harder to criticize President Trump's decision to issue those blanket pardons to the January 6th convicts?
I think it muddies the issue to a degree, but there is no comparing even the ill-considered pardon of his own family members with pardoning hundreds and hundreds of people who violently attack police. They are not the same thing. Nevertheless, none of these precedents are good, but the most damaging, most destructive is to pardon people who are using violence against law enforcement in your service. That I can't imagine a more destructive precedent than that one.
And of course, President Biden did issue pardons to members of the January 6th committee.
Did he really get a pardon?
On the January 6th committee, it came after President Trump said that he thought the entire January 6th committee should go to jail. What's interesting, Senator, you had been quite vocal. You didn't want President Biden to give you a pardon. You went so far as to convey that to the White House. So what are you going to do about the fact that you've now been given a pardon? Are you going to accept it, or are you planning to look for some type of legal recourse to reject it?
We're looking at it. I'm not sure there's much to be done, given that it went to the whole committee. This is also, I think, unprecedented. In the first instance, it was a result of the president wrongfully threatening to go after people who oversee his misconduct in a legitimate committee process. But nevertheless, we'll have to look at this as a committee to see if there's anything to be done.
What does that mean you're going to look at it? Does that mean that you'll make a decision collectively about whether to accept these pardons?
We have tried to operate together as a committee, and I think the law is unclear because this is frankly uncharted territory. Whether pardons of this nature are like a law in which you're powerless to say yay or nay, or there's something different.
It is quite murky, but it sounds like what you're saying is we'll look at it, but most likely you're going to have to accept this pardon whether you like it or not.
It may not be actionable one way or another unless there is actually some kind of bogus effort to prosecute the committee.
All right, let's talk about President Trump's agenda now, particularly on immigration and the border. Congress, of course, passed a bill to address the border. Some of your Democratic colleagues from border states actually signed on. This is the Laken-Riley Act, a bill, just so folks understand, that would effectively allow law enforcement to detain and deport those who've been convicted of theft-related crimes. In a statement explaining his vote, your colleague, Arizona's Democratic Senator Ruben Gallego, said this, quote, "We must give law enforcement the means to take action when illegal immigrants break the law to prevent situations like what occurred to Laken-Riley, who was, of course, killed by someone who was undocumented." You voted no on that. How do you respond to Senator Gallego?
Look, the administration already has the authority to detain people that have committed violent crimes for deportation, and they should.
Not for stealing, though.
But this bill is so broad that if you're a dreamer and you take a tube of toothpaste from the store, you can be detained for deportation.
How about don't steal shit, man, if you're not here legally, dummy? What do you mean, man? Like I talked about before, anytime I travel in Europe, I never stole anything anywhere that I was at, ever. Never. What the fuck? No, hell no. No. I went to multiple countries, never stole a thing. Didn't even think about stealing anything.
That, to me, is a terrible overreach. So the president already has the authority. I don't mind confirming he has the authority, but I don't want to broaden that to be able to deport dreamers for taking a tube of toothpaste.
What do you say to those who would argue that your vote
all our stores are
ignores
closing.
the security concerns that voters expressed in this last election?
I would say, look, I support the deportation of people who commit violent crime. What I don't support are these randomized raids on people that detain American citizens, that detain members of the military, because this is what we're seeing happening around the country. We're seeing a kind of chaos in which, in contradiction of the president's commitment that he was going to start focused on violent criminals, they're just detaining anyone. They're going into workplaces, and anyone who looks like they should be detained is getting detained without, it seems, rhyme or reason.
It doesn't take that long.
That doesn't make sense. I think it's inhumane. But what's more, they also said, the president also said, that his top priority was bringing down the price of things. Mass deportations of farm workers in California, maybe half the workforce, are going to drive food prices through the roof. Mass deportation of construction workers are going to drive housing prices even more through the roof. So which is it going to be? What is his real priority? Is it addressing the economic concerns of Americans, or is it going to be this kind of mass deportation, family separation, randomized raids, which is what we're seeing?
Let's talk now, Senator, about the fire disaster in your state, the debate over how to get disaster relief funds. The big question, will it be a standalone package, or will it have to be tied to some other priorities like increasing the debt limit? I had this conversation with the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, last week, and take a look. Are you and can you commit that California disaster relief won't have strings attached?
No, I won't commit that because we have a serious problem in California.
So it could be linked to the debt limit, to an increase in the debt limit.
Potentially. That's one of the things we're talking about.
The debt limit is the nation's borrowing limit for folks who are watching. What is your response to Speaker Johnson?
That is just shameful. Americans are hurting right now. When his state was hit by Katrina, I fought to get aid for Katrina. I went with a congressional delegation.
Katrina's probably still got houses that are uninhabitable.
A year later to see how the recovery was going and to raise issues about how slow it was and how we needed to bring more urgency to it. I never even thought for a moment, okay, this is a red state, maybe we shouldn't provide aid or maybe we should tie it to some unrelated policy objective. I think it is shameful what he is saying, and let me say this, as a Californian, we have given more to the recovery of other states than any other state in the union. You do not want to go down this road. None of us want to go down this road.
Oh, he's getting
and look, I'm glad the president went to California. I urged him to go to California. He did. I felt he could not help but be moved by seeing the scope of the devastation. I think he was moved, but let's not go down the road of trying to tie unrelated policy matters when people are hurting.
Very quickly, Senator, if it was the only way to get aid to your state, do you rule out voting for something that links disaster relief to something else? Just yes or no?
I am not going to go down the road for the first time ever of conditioning aid to Americans who are hurting with unrelated policy matters. We're just not going to go there.
Finally, Senator, I have to get your take on President Trump's decision to fire 18 inspectors general. I just had this conversation with Senator Lindsey Graham. In legislation, which actually you originally sponsored, presidents have to give a 30-day notice to Congress that they are going to do this. You heard Senator Graham just say technically he may have violated the law by not notifying Congress. Is there anything that Congress can do about this decision by President Trump?
There's a lot that we can do, and I have to say, as someone who introduced the Protecting Our Democracy Act, which was designed in part to protect inspector generals, to write off this clear violation of law by saying, well, technically he broke the law. Yeah, he broke the law, and not just any law, but a law meant to crowd out waste, fraud, and abuse. And yeah, the remedies Congress has. We have the power of the purse. We have the power right now to confirm or not confirm people for cabinet positions that control agencies or would control agencies whose inspector generals have just been fired. And let's remember, in his first term, he fired an inspector general for providing whistleblower complaints to Congress, fired an inspector general for saying the pandemic response, his response, had flaws. The American people, if we don't have good and independent inspector generals, are going to see the swamp refill. They're going to see rampant waste, fraud. They're going to see corruption. It may be the president's goal here, when he's got a meme coin that's making him billions, is to remove anyone that's going to call the public attention to his malfeasance.
All right, Senator Adam Schiff, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Please come visit us again soon.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
Oh, the meme coin's a little embarrassing.
We abolished 60 years of prejudice and hatred with the signing of one order, all approved by the United States Supreme Court. We're allowed to do it because we are now in a merit-based world.
That was President Trump today boasting about ending hiring protections for federal contractors. And by doing so, he highlights the stark reality we face. It took him days to reverse decades of hard-fought progress on civil rights. On Tuesday, Trump revoked an executive order signed by President Lyndon Johnson in 1965 that banned federal contractors from discriminating on the basis of race, gender, or religion. On Wednesday, Trump's acting attorney general told the Justice Department to pause all civil rights cases and settlements. The acting AG also called for a review of the newly signed consent decrees with police departments in Minneapolis and in Louisville, Kentucky. Both cities' mayors say they plan to carry out reforms even without the federal government. On Thursday, Trump pardoned 2 D.C. police officers convicted of misconduct in the death of an unarmed black man in 2020. The officers pursued 20-year-old Karen Hilton Brown for riding his moped on the sidewalk and tried to cover up their role in his death. And then yesterday, we learned all DEI and environmental justice offices and positions in the federal government will be terminated within 60 days. All of Trump's corrosive actions against civil rights so far this week send an unmistakable signal. The federal government can no longer be counted on to defend the rights of all of its citizens, especially if they are not white, cisgender, straight, and male.
Woo!
Joining me now,
good time to be that, ain't it, boys?
Host of Politics Nation on MSNBC and founder and president of the National Action Network. He's also the author of Righteous Troublemakers: Untold Stories of the Social Justice Movement in America. Rev, there is no better person for me to talk to about this. Just your reaction. I didn't see your show, so I'm sure you talked about this. To Donald Trump, President Trump, saying he erased 60 years of prejudice.
It shows a profound bias, but even a more profound ignorance.
By the way,
because
if you can't tell, this is an actual animatronic. That's not him anymore. This dude's long gone, dude. Like, look really closely at the wrinkles and shit.
Civil Rights Act that Lyndon Johnson signed, and then his protection that was revoked by Trump, that he signed 60 years ago, was to respond to bias and to respond to exclusion. In many cases, by law. You must remember, there were laws saying blacks couldn't do certain things, laws against LGBTQ, laws against women in some places. So for him to act like that now we're dealing with merit, we had merit, we just didn't have access to show our merit. And many of us that said this is how he felt, and he was saying, no, I don't, now see, he hasn't even been president a week, right? And he's done all this. He's done all this in 5 days. This is what he went in there for. Awesome. This is the crowd he's playing to. And we must organize, because we must remember we only got those rights won in the first place because we fought, which is why we've been methodical and strategic. But we intend to boycott some of these companies, but we're going to do it strategically. And today, those that are with us, I took over 100 people from our regular Saturday National Action Network rally, and we went shopping in Costco's because they say, no, we're not going to be with the president. We're going to keep DEI. So we need to reward and be with our friends and our enemies. You don't want diversity in the office space, then you should have diversity in your consumer base.
There's so much to be worried about just in the realm of civil rights. But I have to tell you, I did audibly gasp when I saw the news that he ended all civil rights cases and settlements. Why? Explain to viewers why they should be concerned that the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department is basically going dark when it comes to protecting the civil rights of American citizens.
When we have, over the last several years, decades, had a civil rights division that protected voting rights, that went in the Deep South and made sure that state officials couldn't block blacks from voting, couldn't block others from access. The only way Martin Luther King and others was successful is the federal government came in and protected them. That's what a little thing, and I'm being facetious, called the Civil War was about. The Union rather than separate Confederate states. We're going back to a Confederate model now of states not having to worry about that the federal government will come in. The other thing that is an insult to the intelligence of American people, whether you're Republican or Democrat, is on the same week that you're going to pardon people that beat up police officers, that led to one police officer dying, and that assaulted people, put feces in members of Congress' office, you are now going to say,
Let's stop and think about this for a second. At the time that was happening, black people were actually being murdered by white people. You know what I mean? Like, that's how they were dying. Probably, the stats are probably pretty high on that. Now, they're killing each other and us in alarming numbers. So, It's like a different time, you know? I don't think he's put that in consideration.
Moving a civil rights bureau that would protect citizens, and I'm
think they
letting
need protection
some cops
anymore.
go that killed a man on a moped. So I'm going to let these violent criminals be pardoned, but I'm going to make sure that no one else can even have access to the federal government assuring their justice. Now, this is as twisted as you can get.
I got two questions for you. We don't have time. We're going to ask these two questions. One, I'm sorry, but if the January 6th rioters had actually been Antifa and, pro-left people that all the conspiracy theories say they were, do you think these folks would be pardoned?
No, not only pardoned, he would have said they didn't get enough time if they had been prosecuted and give time. But even to take your question another step,
he let Jaden X out, dude.
Nonviolent people violent.
Right.
He's called us a bunch of names, and we have not had violence. When he was president before, George Floyd happened, Ahmaud Arbery happened, Breonna Taylor happened. We had protests all over the world. I had the big protests in Washington, 200,000 people in a pandemic. No violence at ours. And when there was violence at others, we denounced it. When he was president, the only thing he said was he took a Bible, went across the street in front of a church, and had them move nonviolent protesters away so he could lecture us. Now he's coming out with executive orders to really dislodge some of the things that protected us.
Maybe he's vegan.
President Trump is continuing to make massive changes to immigration policies, including halting refugee arrivals, fast-tracking deportations, sending military troops to the southern border, lifting longtime rules restricting immigration enforcement near schools, churches, and hospitals, and also ordering federal prosecutors to investigate state or local officials who they believe are interfering with his crackdown on illegal immigration. I wanted to share this social media post from the DEA of Rocky Mountain saying that the DEA and federal local partners had conducted an early morning operation at a makeshift nightclub in Adams County. They say drugs, weapons, cash were seized, and about 50 migrants were taken into custody, many connected with one of the gangs from Venezuela. I also wanted to share this social media post right here from the DEA in Chicago, and right in the middle, that is Border Czar Tom Homan. It says the DEA, along with our Justice Department partners, is assisting DHS, Gov, and other federal law enforcement partners with their immigration enforcement efforts. Now, Border Czar Tom Homan warned that daily deportation numbers, they are set to rise in the coming weeks as President Trump's administration begins to expand its operations. On Friday, ICE made 593 arrests. On Thursday, 538 arrests. U.S. military planes carrying migrants have also landed in Central America as a start to deportations. Meanwhile, lawmakers in Democratic-led states are proposing new measures that could implement legal obstacles for federal immigration officials and help immigrants lacking legal status avoid deportation. To speak more on this, I do want to bring in Michelle Saenz Rodriguez, who is an immigration attorney. And Michelle, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox on this Sunday.
Thanks for having me.
When we take a look at the legal process when it comes to deporting immigrants, what does that legal process look like as we see those numbers continue to increase when it comes to deporting individuals? Legally, what is that process? Can you walk us through that?
Sure. So once someone is detained by ICE, just because they are detained, that doesn't necessarily mean it's automatic deportation. Everyone who is detained will have a right to talk to an attorney of their own choosing They're not given an attorney as they would be in a criminal proceeding, but they have the right to hire a lawyer, have their case reviewed, and go before an immigration court. And as we've heard, the immigration courts are really backed up right now. There's about 3.5 million cases sitting in immigration courts right now waiting to be heard. So
Michelle, let me jump in here. So even if you are detained, there is a lengthy process to be deported. It's not like these individuals are then just immediately deported to other countries. They have to go through that court process.
That's correct. Unless you have an outstanding order of deportation or under one of the executive orders, if you have been here less than 2 years, then you can be subject to one of the processes that we call expedited removal. And those people that qualify for expedited removal can then be deported without a court process.
Let's talk about criminal activity. President Trump saying that they're predominantly and primarily focusing on criminals, individuals who are involved in illegal activity. If they determine that to be the case, do they still go through the court process, or is that under, that purview of immediate deportation?
It would depend on where you are, but most criminal aliens already have been through the deportation process or would not qualify to go before an immigration court. And actually, criminal alien deportation, that has always been the priority for ICE even before this administration. So those that are out there that have deportations that are criminal aliens, those should be the top of the list. And as they come into the custody of ICE, should be deported.
There's been a lot of discussion about President Trump expanding ICE's ability to perhaps go into locations like hospitals and schools and churches. But from what we are hearing, the primary focus not on children, not on nonviolent offenders or immigrants. This is predominantly getting criminals out of the country first and foremost.
Well, it should be. I mean, that was what the message was initially, that it was going to focus on the approximately 680,000 criminals that were going to be the top priority. However, what we've seen in the first few days has really been a lot of chaos and what we call collateral damage, for lack of a better term, but communities are scared. So a lot of people are getting caught up in the raids. And we saw in Newark just the other day, a U.S. citizen, a veteran, was caught up in one of the raids in a restaurant. And so we will see all different kinds of people getting caught up in this chaotic system until we have an orderly way to do things.
There's been a lot of pushback from perhaps more liberal-leaning cities and states. 22 states now have filed a lawsuit against, President Trump. A federal judge in Seattle temporarily blocking the path to citizenship or right to citizenship. When we're talking about federal versus state, federal versus local, which goes first? What is that order when you're having the president signing an executive order and you have pushback from states saying we are not going to go along with this legally? What is that process?
You're going to get in trouble then, dummies.
Well, number one, immigration has always been in the purview of the federal government. States have never had the authority to do immigration law, because it is the federal government's job to manage the immigration system in this country. Executive orders are just that. They are executive orders. So what we are seeing is the pushback from the states saying it's not my job, it's your job to execute immigration law in this country. And so that is where the rub has happened between the states, the localities, and of course the federal government. And I think what has happened is that President Trump has said, this is my agenda, but you cannot rule by executive order. There's nothing behind those orders. There's no money behind those orders. There's no laws behind those orders. It is his agenda to Congress, go and make this happen. And until Congress gets to work, there's going to continue to be this pushback between the states, local governments, and the federal government.
We've seen this fast and furious ramp up of detentions and the deportation process. You were calling it chaotic. When you take a look at everything that is going on from that legal standpoint, where do you see the challenges?
Well, I think there's going to be challenges at every moment. I mean, initially we saw the birthright citizenship basically simultaneously the lawsuit came out. And so from the advocacy standpoint, what we see in the advocate community is that everything that happens from the advocate perspective is going to have an answer. And what that's going to lead to is going to lead to gridlock, is going to lead to a lot of litigation and a lot of confusion. And so again, I think it comes down to the president putting his agenda out through executive order and asking Congress to do their job.
And what we've seen in the past number of years is, as you mentioned, the court system overwhelmed, the waiting list. Some of these immigrants are waiting months. They are here in the United States, but they don't have a court date scheduled for months as they are staying here. And as you mentioned, it's really up to Congress to pass those rules. I would imagine that perhaps that is something that they're going to be addressing. But from that legal standpoint, as an attorney, I would have to imagine you see firsthand just how overtaxed and overburdened the court system is.
Absolutely, absolutely. The immigration courts need more funding. The Department of Homeland Security needs more funding. In order to make this system work, really the money needs to go into making it work more efficiently so that cases can be heard and people who have cases can go before their judge and get their cases heard and have their day in court, which we haven't been able to have really for many, many years.
Legally, as you take a look at this, is there anything that you're keeping a particularly close eye on when it comes to this ever-evolving situation? Is there a particular issue or area from that legal standpoint that you're very interested in seeing how that all unfolds?
Well, from the advocacy standpoint, I mean, what we want to make sure that is preserved is due process, because what scares us is people like the Dreamers and people that have lawful status getting that status taken away from them. Because the focus has always been, we have to find a way to keep the people that bring good things to this country. The immigrants have always contributed to this country, and there has to be a way to make this work for the people that we need that bring quality, good things to our country. And immigrants have always contributed to this community.
The federal judge temporarily blocking, the birthright citizenship. Do you see that this could go all the way to the Supreme Court? The judge calling that executive order unconstitutional. Is that the path where you see this going?
He was pretty clear very quickly on his opinion that it was unconstitutional. This is very settled law. Obviously, it goes back more than 100 years. It's very well settled in the Constitution. My guess is it will continue to go up in the courts, and we'll see ultimately where it ends up. But it could end up before the Supreme Court as a very big question for all of us.
And no doubt a lot more developments to come. Michelle, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much.
I had to hit it in a perfect spot with backspin on it. To land back on it. Right there. Oh, that was close. Having a backspin on it. I had it a couple times though. Get it now. I had it. I had the groove. I lost it. Your fault, sweet pea. You're not good enough. You're not fucking good enough, cat. That's how I drink my kombucha. My kombucha. That's how I do it. It's just I keep the microphone so far away from my mouth that y'all can't hear all that. But that's what's happening every time. Now you see why I stay over here. What else is there? Wait, what is she doing back there? The chunky monkey.
Give it a $600 and a half.
Oh, they're back on cars. They're back on cars out. Oh, they're doing signs still. You just said.
Oils, soy, canola, sunflower, and then, wheat and corn. Doritos, Cheez-Its, Captain Crunch, gummy bears. Everyone knows that these are junk foods, so maybe you wouldn't be too surprised to see that the ingredients include a lot of poisons.
Seed oils are under attack. Trump's pick for Health and Human Services Secretary RFK Jr. calling seed oils toxic and say they are poisoning people. RFK Jr.'s confirmation hearing set for this week. As we know, it's another controversial health advisory from the potential future Health and Human Services Secretary. Our Anna Koyman is here to break it all down because we know
I need more
about things that are
research.
healthy. And when I think about seed oil, well, when I hear seeds, I think,
I
seeds
think
are
seeds
good
are
for
healthy,
you,
yeah.
right? But then
I
seed
even
oils
have-
gets a little complicated, right?
Yo, here's why I'm like, because Costco has seed butter. I've gotten it before. I'm not a big fan because it has chia seeds in it, and chia seeds are just like, what the fuck is the point of those things? All black, they look like poppy seeds. They just get stuck on my fucking teeth, bro. I've tried making oatmeal with them, and they're just like I'm like sitting here picking.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
So are you saying that the oil and the seed butter, because you have to mix that, it comes kind of separated just like any other natural butter does. The oils are separated. Those oils that are in there are toxic? Well, let's find out, Jimmy. Because that shit is definitely the most expensive butter that they have. I remember I told myself I would never get it again, I think because it was too runny last time. Or was that the almond butter? I can't remember now. I don't want to get neither one of them ever again. Peanut butter for life now.
And part of it's because of the manufacturing process.
Yeah.
Some say because it's highly industrialized, using high heat and chemicals and things like that. But really, a lot of health officials even are split on this. Are they healthy or are they harmful? The battle is getting ferocious in some circles. You just heard from RFK Jr. calling them poison, but health experts say the biggest issue when it comes to seed oil is the overconsumption. Fast food is quick and cheap.
Any
it's
oil,
an easy way to
though,
get a
for
meal
that
on the
matter.
go, right? Well, these seed oils are often found in ultra-processed foods and fast foods, but correlation does not necessarily mean causation. So let's go a step further. What are these seed oils to begin with? You may have seen this on social media being referred to as the hateful eight. Come look at your screen. They include refined oils manufactured from seeds like canola, corn, cottonseed, grapeseed, soy, sunflower, safflower, and rice bran.
What the
So
fuck?
how can they be harmful?
Interesting. Cottonseed. We're eating cottonseed? That's interesting. So, just, I guess these are the fattiest seeds on the planet. They must be. Very interesting. The corn has a lot of fat in it.
Well, critics say that seed oils cause inflammation, diabetes, obesity, and other chronic diseases because they are high in omega-6 fatty acids and low in omega-3 fatty acids. The balance is off, they say. Also arguing seed oils break down during the cooking process or can even do so on grocery store shelves or in your pantry. Seed oils are different from other plant oils that we use like olive oil or coconut oil because they go through this highly industrialized process that uses chemicals and high heat. But then we've got the flip side here. So let's talk about this too, because many nutrition scientists too say it really depends what you are replacing these seed oils with. If you're going to opt for butter or lard instead of using a seed oil, well, many experts say that the seed oil is likely healthier. It's confusing, isn't it? The one thing both sides of this debate seem to agree on, Laura, is that more research, more transparency really needs to be done in order for Americans to make more educated choices.
So interesting. Yeah. And before we talk about what's coming up on your show, what kind of oil do you use? Because I always watch your social media and I see all the food that you post and it always looks so good and I know how healthy you are. What do you use?
Most of the time I use olive oil, but to be honest, I try not to use oil at all. I steam a lot instead of using oil. And it's all about how much we're using. Fast food is so easy, right? Yeah. It's so easy. And if we can just get back to eating whole foods, that's better. Fresh fruit and veg. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe.
We're heading back to the southern border now, where News Nation's Jorge Ventura is standing by for us. And Jorge, we are hearing of a new threat by Mexican cartels tonight. What are you monitoring?
Yeah, that's right, Natasha. This is extremely alarming. Mexican authorities are now putting out a new warning of cartels planting explosives on roads, highways, and neighborhoods in Tamaulipas, Mexico. That sits right across the Rio Grande Valley every single day.
So not our problem. That's a Mexico problem.
Tamaulipas. You're looking at these three images now of three different types of explosives. Mexican officials are urging Mexican citizens to not touch these explosives and to avoid them. And Natasha, I just got off the phone with a contact in Tamaulipas, Mexico, who tells me that those explosives are likely tied to two different criminal groups. So first, the Gulf cartel that controls Tamaulipas, and the second, the new
Gulf
cartel,
of America cartel,
New Generation cartel. They're both battling for control in that Tamaulipas area. The contact also informs me that these explosives are often actually tied to drones and target Mexican authorities and other criminal groups. This warning is coming from the Mexican side of the border, but we are also urging Americans who are traveling to Mexico to keep an eye out for these type of explosives. Once again, you're taking a look at them right there on your screen. Three different types from Tamaulipas, Mexico. It's extremely alarming, especially for American citizens traveling to Mexico. And this new cartel warning also coming as News Nation has confirmed that cartel members shot an American hiker in Jacuba, California. That's right outside of San Diego, right on the border. You're actually looking at video of the American hiker actually being airlifted by Border Patrol agents, by BORTAC. It's a special unit with Border Patrol agents. According to the hikers, they say they didn't realize they were being held up by the cartel members because they didn't speak Spanish, and now you're seeing that video of that hiker being rescued. The cartel members did flee back to Mexico. This incident does come as President Trump has now designated Mexican cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And Natasha, last year I was actually reporting on that Mexican side where those cartel members came from. I was actually embedded with Mexican immigration officials on a story that we were working on for News Nation. That area is extremely dangerous. It's controlled by armed cartel members. We actually couldn't even go embedded with Mexican immigration unless the Mexican army was alongside us. So once again, it's an extremely dangerous area right there in Jacuma. That other side is Tecate, Mexico. Natasha.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
If you haven't learned how to use motor oil yet to cook with, then you ain't a prepper. Mm-hmm. The trick is the batter. You got to make sure you have an oil-proof batter. So it doesn't seep into your food. It's complicated. I can't get into it right now. U.S. Navy.
Some U.S. Navy warships are getting another option to counter unmanned aircraft systems, or drones. And the best part is it didn't cost the taxpayers tens of millions of dollars or take a decade to develop. In fact, the USS Indianapolis got the upgrade while it was deployed to the Red Sea area of operation last fall. The Navy says it upgraded the hardware and software on the Freedom-class littoral combat ship's surface-to-surface missile module, or SSMM. Translation, one of the launchers on the ships that shoots missiles at stuff on the water or land can now shoot stuff in the sky. The new augmented capability is a direct result of all those Houthi drones launched at ships, helicopters, and other targets in and around the Red Sea. The SSMM is one of 3 mission modules that make up a littoral combat ship's surface warfare mission package. It holds up to 24 vertically launched longbow Hellfire missiles and was originally designed to counter smaller, faster-moving surface vessels, like the explosive-laden kamikaze speedboats used by the Houthis in the Red Sea or Ukraine in the Black Sea. While surface threats are still very much a reality, the Navy needed its much-maligned littoral combat ships to do more. So, in 2022, SSMMs were modified to allow their longbow Hellfires to hit land-based targets. 2 years later, and the SSMMs can now hit things in 3 domains. Hellfires are in wide use throughout the military. Most variants are guided by lasers, but longbows actually use radar. That makes them more of a fire and forget weapon. Once launched, the missile gets its target from the ship's radar, and then the munition's onboard seeker locks on and delivers its payload of freedom autonomously. When air-launched, longbows have a reported range of around 5 miles. No word on what a longbow's surface-launched range is. The USS Indianapolis is the first Freedom-class littoral combat ship to receive the counter-drone enhancement, but it's unclear how many of the other 9 Freedom-class ships in the Navy's fleet will get the new upgrade, or if it will be applied to the Independence class of littoral combat ships as well. For more unbiased, straight-fact reports about the U.S. Navy and other military matters, download the Straight Arrow News app today.
A stretch for me? Oh. Stretch for me. Oh, you got me. Later, Fox. Oh, got it. I got it. First try. Oh, second try. I'm trying. Third try. Fourth try. Got it.
Perhaps no image so powerfully encapsulates the nascent 47th presidency of the United States. Rows of seated billionaires, the wealthiest incoming cabinet in U.S. history, formally ushered into power. The combined personal worth, not the market value of the stock of the companies they lead. I'm talking about the actual personal net worth of the billionaires seen in this image is estimated to be nearly $1 trillion, according to Forbes. The message seems to be, welcome to the new American oligarchy. This billionaire flex is a stark and damning illustration of the role that extreme wealth plays in Donald Trump's orbit. But understanding how we got here and how to rise from it requires us to zoom out from this image and this moment. President Trump is the inevitable outcome of forces that were set in motion some 50 years ago, maybe even longer. His ascendancy marks the apex of laissez-faire economics, a philosophy that argues for minimal government intervention in the economy, what we think of as the free and largely unregulated market system. That, combined with pivotal Supreme Court rulings that lifted sensible restraints on corporate political spending. Together, these forces set America on a path toward oligarchy. Trump recognized the brokenness of our system and then moved in to capitalize on it. Investopedia defines an oligarch as a person of a, quote, ruling class of individuals who amassed great wealth or status and who exert power over the highest government circles. Starting in 1976, the Supreme Court's landmark decision in the campaign finance case Buckley v. Valeo unleashed a torrent of political spending by wealthy individuals. In that case, the High Court determined that limits on election spending were unconstitutional, opening the door for the ultra-rich to spend as much as they want on their own campaigns. 34 years later, the Supreme Court would go one step further in Citizens United, granting corporations First Amendment rights, meaning that their political spending was protected as a form of free speech, essentially opening the door to unlimited election spending. With a single ruling, the Supreme Court dismantled over a century of federal restrictions designed to shield our political systems from the corrupting influence of extreme wealth.
And it still didn't help fucking Harris win with all her fucking donations. Well, there you go, buddy. What's he bitching about?
The damage to our democratic institutions cannot be overstated. Dark money flooded our politics. Politicians became more beholden than they had been to moneyed interests rather than to their voters. A handful of unelected judges essentially gutted the fundamental principle of one person, one vote, forcing your individual vote to compete against billions of dollars from industries whose interests often conflict with those of the working and middle class. Meanwhile, a new economic philosophy emerged in the 1980s, one that prioritized free and unregulated markets, a seismic shift that would usher in historic levels of inequality. Deregulation across multiple administrations brought prosperity to the wealthiest, while the rest of America experienced stagnant or even declining incomes when you account for inflation. And that brings us to today. Today, just a tiny sliver of the country controls the overwhelming majority of wealth in this nation. According to a Congressional Budget Office report from October, the country's top 10% maintains a majority of the wealth in the United States. The top 1% controls nearly a third of it. What effect does control of the moneyed class over politics have on us? Well, today, the word care in American healthcare has been stripped of all compassion, with insurance companies routinely putting profits over people. According to an FTC report from last week, some of the nation's largest health insurance companies profited from prescription price hikes of 1,000% or more. Today, health insurers interrupt doctors in the middle of surgery to question their patients' coverage, as a Texas physician detailed in an Instagram video earlier this month. Today, so-called food barons dominate our food industry, where just a handful of mega corporations control every link of the food supply chain, as an investigation by The Guardian and Food and Water Watch revealed in 2021. Today, a monopoly of home builders is worsening the housing shortage in the United States, pushing home ownership further out of reach for the average American.
They need to look at that.
According to the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, tackling America's housing crisis will require taking on these monopolies. Decades of laissez-faire policies have completely shattered the American dream for the nation's working and middle class. Oxfam America puts it bluntly. Today, the top 0.01% and giant corporations have rigged the rules so drastically that some billionaires end up paying 0% in taxes. Nothing. Instead, working families are bearing more than their fair share of the tax burden. As a result of all of this, 46% of America's middle class say they have no choice but to scale back or suspend their retirement plans, according to a Primerica report, and now need to rely on staying healthy enough to work more years than they had initially planned. Those economic forces, combined with key Supreme Court rulings, have collectively laid the groundwork for the seismic shift in power that we are witnessing today. Notably, today's equivalent of the robber barons not only control vast streams of wealth and production, but also the flow of information, possibly making them an even greater threat to our democratic institutions and public welfare. The tech industrial complex, as Biden called it, now seems to function as an unofficial propaganda arm of the Trump administration, cloaking its actions in the language of economic populism and even democratic rights, as the oligarchy prepares to strip America for its parts. Mark Zuckerberg, for instance, frames crucial and much-needed regulation of the tech industry as an infringement of the constitutional right to free speech. As our nation enters this new chapter, we at Velshi remain committed to providing you with clarity amid the smokescreens of deception and holding to account the tech industrial complex that now occupies the halls of American power. We will closely track these threats to our democratic institutions and to America's working and middle class, these threats to you and your livelihood and your prosperity, and we will hold those who are using their economic power to undermine yours to account. Everybody uses the word oligarchy now, but what we are seeing is its manifestation. We are seeing the ways in which the powerful make decisions without shame that influence policies that affect the prosperity of the average American.
Absolutely. The book was published 4 years ago, by the way, and not much has changed. It's gotten worse. What's interesting, Ali, is that starting in 71 with the Paul memo, which really kicked this off, and then, of course, the Reagan Revolution.
Give some food.
But, as you mentioned, the Supreme Court in 86 ruling that money isn't actually money, it's actually speech, and therefore it's protected by the First Amendment when it's given to politicians. And then Lewis Powell himself, 2 years later in 78, authoring the Bellotti decision. That was an entirely Republican appointee decision, as was Citizens United. I think it's important to note that these are entirely Republican efforts. That the consequence of all this has been that the Democratic Party has been focusing on elections. They've been focusing on Congress and the White House. And the Republican Party has been focusing on the courts and on the media, buying up media like there's no tomorrow, and packing the courts, realizing that if you control the courts and the media, you can control the elections, and then thus the elected bodies. And that's pretty much where we are right now. This is the second time we've seen this in America. The first time was in the period from the 1830s to the 1860s in the Old South, where a group of plantation owners, as a result of a technological innovation, the kind of the tech bros of their time, started using this device called a cotton gin. Eli Whitney had invented in 1789. And it could do the work of 50 people. And so a small number of very large plantations were able to just wipe out all of their competitors over this 20, 30-year period, and ended up ruling the South with an absolute iron fist, ending democracy, controlling the courts, and controlling all the newspapers. Any newspaper publisher who took them on could find himself hanged. And, we ended up fighting a civil war over that little brush with oligarchy.
We've gotten to an interesting place. The entrepreneur and venture capitalist and billionaire Nick Hanauer, who's a sort of an activist, has recently explained how the wealthy deploy propaganda to justify this consolidation of power. And he talks about a specific refrain that we've often heard from the corporate sector. He says, the one thing I've come up against so many times in my career working on economic policy is it's a job killer. How many times have you heard that? If you raise taxes on the rich, it'll kill jobs. If you regulate big corporations, it'll kill jobs. If you raise wages for working people, it'll kill jobs. We live in a world that is turned so upside down by this market fundamentalist framework that anything you propose that will improve the lives of middle class or working people has to affirmatively prove that it will do no harm. But anything good that happens to the truly rich is an unalloyed good. So, infinite bonuses on Wall Street are a sign of economic growth and success, but a tiny increase in the minimum wage is a very dangerous job killer. I mean, that's become the reality of the discourse these days, Tom.
Yeah, and Nick is a good guy, in his participation with patriotic millionaires, but it's absolutely the case. And which another book I wrote, The Hidden History of American Monopoly, what we've seen since Reagan in 1983 essentially directed the Federal Trade Commission, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Department of Justice to dial back on their enforcement of the antitrust laws. We had kind of during the Industrial Revolution, the 1870s, 80s, 90s, Senator Sherman of Ohio introduced the Sherman Antitrust Act, and that was passed in 1881, as I recall. But it really didn't get enforced until Teddy Roosevelt became president in 1901. And the consequence of Reagan, and for all that time, from then until the Reagan Revolution, we were actually enforcing the antitrust laws. There were two other ones, the Clayton Antitrust Act in 27 and one in 56. And the result, in fact, the Supreme Court in 1965 ruled that it was illegal for Buster Brown and Kinney Shoes to join because the resulting company would control 5% of the shoe market.
5%.
Today, just Nike controls 19%. Yeah. I mean, so what we're seeing is just this absolute seizure of American business by these giant monopolies. It's massive.
We're going to keep talking about this, Tom,
you're
because
never gonna
right
get
now
her
we had a
food,
hot minute where we
bro.
were actually enforcing laws on the books, not bringing in new regulations, but doing what we said under the Biden administration. Lena Khan and the Federal Trade Commission gone now.
He wants to get some of it.
So whatever you didn't like that was going on in terms of consolidation, we're going to see more of in the next few years. But you and I will keep talking about it.
Amanda over here. Go back around. He's gonna probably try to oh, she's growling at him. She's growling. And he just stopped and is watching right here. He's not growling anymore because he stopped. I wish I had the camera just a little bit more. You could see him. All that food out there is waterlogged. Cats won't eat it now because they won't be able to hardly even smell it. I gave her 61 grams opposed to like 66 that I normally give her. She's a little chubby, man. Like she over here looking like Mama, but Mama's long hair. We gotta get her looking like the sexy short hair that she is. She's looking every morsel that she can find off of it. It's all gone pretty much. And it takes Simon hours to finish his plate. Hence why I have to have this gate up. Otherwise she'll just eat all his food too. Oh well. Oh, it's Sunday. Welcome.
The rain in Southern California also causing concerns of flooding and mudslides in areas ravaged by the Eaton fire.
KTLA's Jennifer McGraw joins us live from Pasadena with this new concern for people already impacted by the flames. And I see you're with a free situation happening.
Free sifters.
Yeah.
Sift through the ashes, I guess?
Kirk and Lauren, so many people have lost so much. We have rains on the way, and then we have humanity coming out, and that these women have come together to make these sifters, and we're here in Pasadena. This gentleman just stopped by. Talk to me about what these mean to you.
It's really important for me because I got out with a little day pack, and my house is destroyed. And I was up there, and these sifters will make a huge difference because I have nothing. And it's okay, it's just I would like to find a memento of my wife.
You lost your wife 3 years ago.
Yeah, and so she loved that house, and it was like losing her again. So this is God sent. These gals over here, they're you guys, and they're heroes. I'll be able maybe to get something out of there, and that would mean the world to me. So, you know, I'm pulling together for my buddy. His house is standing across the street, and he's generous enough to let me live there while I'm trying to rebuild. And
God bless you. I hope you find something beautiful.
yeah, well, I did.
Ladies, talk to me about how you got involved with making these sifters. God bless you, Ted. Thank you. I know that you started making these because you lost your family home in 2017.
Yeah, sorry. That story. Yes, so my family lost our home in the Tubbs fire in 2017, and it was 2 days before my son was born, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't help. I couldn't go. I couldn't be there with my family. And when these fires started, all I could think about was how I could help and what I could do. And I knew that the sifters were something that most people, they don't know that it's a tool that they need. They don't know that it's something that can help them find really anything that is left that is a memento that they can hold on to and remember their home and their lives. And for me,
what your mom did, right?
That's what my mom did. And so she was sifting and she found baby Jesus from the Nativity, and she found china, and she found pieces of my grandparents' heirloom chandelier that she turned into Christmas tree ornaments. And 7 years later, we still hang them on our tree. And so when this happened, my family, my husband and I kind of jumped into action. We started raising money. We started getting friends together. And we've built about 1,000 sifters so far. And then with friends of friends, we've connected with people like Janelle that live here and are really working wonderfully with the community to distribute them. And it's been really powerful to give people a little bit of hope back so that they know that there is a way to survive this and there is some hope.
And Janelle, these are easy to make. People can make them for the future. We are going to have fires, sadly enough. Talk to me about how people can give back and how they can do this themselves.
Absolutely, yeah. You can get lumber, you can 1x2s, wire mesh, staples, put them together. It's pretty easy, and honestly, the impact is profound, and people really need them. So it's a great way to give back to the community. Yeah.
Ladies, thank you so much, and it was just so powerful to see Ted stop by and say, "You ladies are angels,"
you, Ted?
Because so many people have lost so much. We're here on Hill in Pasadena.
Cool,
there's a few hundred left. Come and pick them up.
I thought that was
These
you.
are for you. They're free to the public, and especially if you have lost everything or know someone who has. That's very latest. Ladies, thank you so much. I'll send it back to you guys in Hollywood.
The food is getting super wet out there. You can see the raindrops
Please give
hitting
them both big
the
hugs.
ground.
I'm sure you are right
that
now.
food's
And to
all
that gentleman who lost his home,
heartbreaking.
looking for any memento of his wife who passed. That
I have to
it's
go
heartbreaking
get it.
and it's hopeful.
I don't want to go
things
get
like
wet.
this.
And the
community helping out.
The silver lining of all of this is neighbors helping neighbors.
Don't you get
just
it,
really
man? I
working
don't
together to
fucking
get
want to get wet. Do you want to get wet? Do you want to go get wet? No. I think so. Is it gonna do it all afternoon? Oh no. No, it's not. Maybe it is. Rain off and on for 5 hours, it says. Dang, man. She just ran out of the litter box that fast. It's an emergency when she gets out of the litter box. I feel. Come on. Why is she acting like she needs to cover her bowl up? There's nothing there. Using like Simon eyeballing it, probably.
The vast majority of immigrants, documented and undocumented, are not violent criminals. So he keeps going back to that rhetoric
Is this
from
live?
his first presidential campaign,
No.
right? The rapists and the
Saw that interview already. You know what? You keep it up, Missy. I'm gonna put you in timeout. She's going a little crazy right now. Hello. He doesn't like getting 5 less grams. That's about 10% less food. Oh, she's pissed. Get a good little workout. Dooby dooby doo, doo dooby 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 doo, dooby 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 doo. Are you gonna jump? Come on. Come on, jump, little missy. I'm ready for her.
We're at SHOT Show with the Keltec PR57. It's created a lot of buzz because they really thought outside of the box. You literally load it now with a clip. And so that's 10 rounds of 5.7. It's super lightweight.
What?
When I saw the promo videos, though, I'm like, this trigger looks like it sucks.
Loaded
and I
with
was
a
right.
clip.
Look at this travel. Still going, still going, still going, still going. There's the travel. We're going to reset. That's not the reset. There was a click, but the reset, 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 reset. And there it is. And now we can press the trigger again. But here is the interesting thing. Takedown, trigger forward, whoop, it's off. Kind of neat and unique. I don't know how it's going to do on the market, but it's definitely unique. Put the trigger forward. And I just broke it.
What the fuck?
We're at SHOT Show with the Keltec PR57. It's created.
You load the clip. That was interesting. Have they not done this yet?
Well, 2 new members of President Trump's cabinet were sworn in this weekend. Pete Hegseth, now in charge of the Department.
To do it. Touching people. Meow, Simon said, meow. Meow, 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 meow. He said, meow. 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 That was it. He did it kind of weird, didn't he? What? That can't be real. Whoa, that's real. It says a U.S. F-16 intercepting a Russian Tu-95 subjected to an unsafe maneuver by a Russian Su-35. Crazy. It's closed. What's this? I don't know. The comments go back 2 months ago, though. 3 months ago. That didn't happen this morning. Hot shots. Part Dukes. Man gets caught pooping through public bench.
Hi, how's it going? Pretty good. Okay. Reason I'm contacting you is we got a call. Someone said that you were here on the bench, and they thought that you were defecating on the bench.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I'm fine. I am fine.
Okay, what's that pile that's right underneath you?
Dog shit there.
Dog shit there?
Yeah.
How'd the dog get under there?
I have no idea, but I found some dog biscuits and stuff too.
Tyler, right? You're Tyler Kressel.
I don't want to be interrupting.
You're not in trouble for anything. I just wanted to let you know your passport's at the PD. So if you contact
Which one across the river?
Across the river. If you contact the property people, you can get your passport there. What's your name, sir?
Andrew.
Andrew? What's your last name?
Rumfield.
Rumfield?
Rumfield.
How do you spell that?
Rumfield. R-U-M-P-H-O-L. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm defecating.
Dude.
R-U-M-P-H-O-L.
This dude just shit through the bench?
Andrew, what's your
No,
name?
that's some powerful shit. Or is it liquidy?
And birthday?
I show my ID if you want.
That's alright. You staying anywhere these days, or?
Power.
Doing this, doing that.
Don't have a permanent address?
Not right now.
Do you have a phone number?
Not right now. No, I lost my phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You can type for me.
Yeah, I'm fine.
He was sitting there all morning with no clothes on.
What?
No, he just put his, or I don't know, looked like pajamas on. Maybe an hour ago. Yeah, and he had that hand blanket. I sit over there, we do clothing. I'm in the inside, you can't quite see me in there, but yeah. He didn't have any clothes? Well, he had a shirt on, but he wrapped that blanket around him. But the reason why he happened to stand up. And I sit in there, watch. And you can see all the way from here down. Yeah. And he just put those on. I say no. I don't know what you're here for, but yeah, that's what we're here for. All right, that's it. All right, okay, thanks.
We're checking and everything, huh?
Well, yeah, we did
get
the report that that's yours. Because that's not an animal. Is there anything on the bench?
No.
You sure?
Yep.
You want to stand up?
Sure. Just a little bit.
I see a little bit there on the side.
Yeah.
How'd that get there? Thinking that's yours, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, can't be doing that on the bench. Right?
I know.
All right.
It happens, though.
Well, it can't happen there.
I thought I'd be fine now.
Yeah. Can't do that. People want to come down and use the bench and not have to worry about that.
It's all right.
It's not all right, though. You can't do that. Ooh, where'd you get the rice?
Yeah, some guy bought it for me.
Oh, that was very nice.
You're not going to arrest me, are you?
No.
That's cool.
No, I just get a ticket.
Yeah, because I had cigarettes tonight. I don't want to go to jail, so.
I don't want you to go to jail either.
Yeah, I know. It sucks, man.
Just gotta get
It
you.
happens, man. I'm so sorry.
Well,
I really am.
next time, find somewhere else, okay?
Just be careful. I know.
Yep.
I know, buddy. It's cool. I know I should have sat and I should have went inside and went to the bathroom.
Yep.
I know.
Next time, though, right?
I should have. I knew it. I should have. They probably let me use the bathroom.
I'll tell you what you already know.
What's that?
No such thing as a routine stop.
That's the truth.
Don't forget it.
Always.
I should have found the bar in the bathroom, huh?
Anywhere else. Anywhere.
I'm sorry, man. I wasn't thinking. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I'm Uncle saying you don't think.
Yeah.
I have no damn problem, I don't think. I know the fact they get busted on it too.
What's that?
I know these guys go by.
Yeah,
I know the fact they get busted for it.
Yeah, it's a busy street.
Bro. He knew that it was not good to do that, and he still just sat there. Make him clean it up.
There. Andrew, here's the deal. You get in the ticket for urination, defecation prohibited. You can't be, doing that in public, okay? So what I also need, you get in the ticket. It's gonna be $213.10 fine. April 16th at 1:30 p.m. if you want to contest that. Blue envelope if you want to pay that. What I do need you to do now is get your stuff together and keep moving, okay? Can't have you camping out on a park bench like this. Okay? So why don't you get your shoes on and start collecting your stuff and get moving, okay?
Can I just sit here for a little bit?
So we've already got reports that you've been here all morning long. You clearly haven't been moving along. You can't be camping on city property like this, okay? That's another ticket. You can't just be camping out on a park bench all day long, okay?
We gotta have somebody come in and clean that up too, okay?
Yep.
This dude should be in a mental hospital, man.
So
could you move it 2 blocks away from me?
you can throw away your own garbage, okay? So get your shoes on and collect your stuff and keep on going, okay?
Need a garbage can, Andrew. There was one right over there on the street corner, right in front of the Reboot Social there.
Had to do that a couple of days. Nobody said nothing about it.
Ready to send a migrant. They would take him in somewhere.
What happened? You know?
Yeah.
Pooped on the bench, so you can't stay there.
Right.
Like I said, now we gotta get that cleaned up. So.
Well, I suppose I go to a different bench, huh? That cool?
Why don't you go to the day spot? Okay.
Haven House?
The Haven House, yep. Or community tables. Those are places where you can go and hang out rather than doing this on a city park bench where other people come and want to sit and...
I know what they're
I don't see anybody. Oh, there's one person. He's not sitting though.
But they have bathrooms.
Yeah, there's bathrooms around.
But regardless, why don't you just move on from here, at least.
Yep.
You gotta have somebody come in and clean that up. Thanks, Andrew.
Yep.
Remember bathroom next time, okay?
I know.
Thank you.
He's gonna clean it up.
Tag team this.
Why are they? What? On police tape. Oh, they're not gonna clean it up.
I think so.
Oh yeah, I thought they were actually gonna pick it up, but they're not. No, Simon. Sorry. Sorry, bud. Sorry, nobody.
You guys would know that means not to sit on that bench, right?
Hopefully he wasn't defecating on it. Looks like it.
Doobie 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 doo. Ah, boom.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wolf Pit with another episode of What Are We Eating? Have you, the people, ever been somewhere by choice, or you've been stranded somewhere, and you get a big old hankering for a big, fat, juicy, messy cheeseburger? But due to lack of planning, you didn't bring the fixins to make a big, fat, juicy, delicious hamburger.
Fixins.
Or through no fault of your own, you got stranded. Regardless of the cause, your hankering for the big, fat, juicy cheeseburger isn't going to go away.
Sorry.
And if you, the people, haven't already seen, I've done videos on 2 cheeseburgers in a can, which would be almost perfect to give you a cheeseburger whether you're stranded or you're hanking for a cheeseburger somewhere where you can't have a cheeseburger. But the only problem with that is you'd have to carry around a can in your pocket all the time. And these are really expensive to get here in the US. On top of the price and the inconvenience of carrying a big can in your pocket all the time, this particular steak burger in a can wasn't very good, unless you like hockey pucks. Then I tried another cheeseburger in a can called the Trekking Burger, and this one came on a sesame seed bun and was quite a bit better than the steak burger in a can. I'll leave a link to both of these cheeseburgers in a can in the description of this video if you'd like to check them out.
Simon's
so if you don't want the inconvenience of carrying around,
the fish oil is making Simon more agile, and I think, and he's been like taking a bunch of shit from Sweet Pea, I think, for the past few months because he's been arthritic or something, and now he's like, you ain't doing that to me no more. He totally just owned her, but she's still being cool with him.
On a cheeseburger in a can in your back pocket, like it's a can of Skull, you have another option of a Texas cheeseburger in a tube. That's right, I had a subscriber go onto my wish list and buy this Texas cheeseburger in a tube for me to try. Unfortunately, when I received this tube of cheeseburger, there wasn't anything or a note in the package telling me who it's from. So a big special thanks goes out to the person who was thoughtful enough and went out of their way and made this purchase for me, the other person, to try for you, the people, so you don't have to. If any of you, the people, want to visit my wish list to find something for me, the other person, to try for the rest of you, the people, I'll leave a link in the description box of this video. Please, if you do decide to get something, send me a message and let me know what you bought and what your name is so I can ensure to give you credit in the video. So this 4.05 ounce tube of Russian astronaut Texas cheeseburger space food costs $17.95 and literally looks like a tube of toothpaste. So ensure if you're camping or if you're stranded and you reach for your toothpaste, you don't use your cheeseburger in a tube to brush your teeth with. Or that might be a good thing. Who knows? This was manufactured, developed on the basis of original 1978 technologies. It's a great product to take with you when hiking, camping, traveling, fishing, hunting, and more. Or on the road. Here's a list of ingredients, and I've got to say they're much more impressive than most meals we have here in the US. There's 2 servings per tube. Each serving has 280 calories, 13 grams of total fat, 5 grams of saturated fat, no trans fat, 85 milligrams of cholesterol, 430 milligrams of sodium, 28 grams of carbohydrates, 2 grams of fiber, 1 gram of sugars, and 12 grams of protein. Here's the instructions for use, and I love the way how different countries say things. Like, it is forbidden to heat the tube in the microwave oven, that is dangerous. Now here's our tube right out of the package, and it comes with a wet wipe, so you can clean up after brushing your teeth. I mean eating. Now we're going to use the pointy thing on the lid to open up the tube. and then we placed it into a cup of almost boiling water for 4 minutes.
I already eat Road's face. Where have you been? You get on Amazon, free
After
delivery.
4 minutes, our Russian space
And it
food,
has
Texas
way more
cheeseburger
protein
in a
than
tube
beef
is ready.
does. Wasted
So we very
chewing.
carefully removed it from the almost boiling water. So even though you're supposed to shoot this right in your mouth, right out of the tube, I
put it
want to
on
show
a bun,
you,
the bun,
people,
you
that I really am
weirdo.
a domesticated animal.
Oh. Oh, okay.
So we served it up on a spoon.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was going to put it on the bread. That's
And to be
not...
honest with you, I cringed a little bit because it looks like raw ground chicken. But I proceeded
Oh,
to
that's
shove this
good,
into my
dude.
pie hole and down my gullet and tried it anyway. For
Man, I
you,
would
the
be
people,
just
so you don't
eating
have to.
that stuff.
And
I
even though
would-
my eyes were closed in fear the whole time I had this in my
I would
mouth,
squeeze that whole thing
it wasn't bad at all.
into my mouth.
It was surprisingly tasty. It tasted like there were literally pieces of meat in this. At least I was hoping that's what they were. And somehow I could taste ketchup and pickles and cheese.
Oh,
It was good enough
man.
that I had to hurry up and get another spoonful.
Yeah, look at
This
that.
is
dude.
literally one of the greatest but weirdest things I've ever tried out of a
Looks good,
tube.
doesn't it? Would you
So
put
even
that
though
meat
it's
in your mouth?
recommended that you squeeze this right out of the tube into your mouth, so I decided to give it a try on a hamburger bun. Toasted hamburger bun to be exact. Once it was on the bun and we spread it out, it looked like potted meat, which is a good thing.
Cause I like
So then we
meat
put the
in a
top bun
pot.
on, squashed it down, and then with my big old mouth, I took a big old bite.
Dude, that ring looks like it's about to fucking suffocate her finger. Help! The finger saying,
Putting it on the
help
bun
me!
and eating it ended up
Help!
not being a great idea because the flavors in the tube were so
Oh my
subtle.
god,
the
dude.
hamburger
Somebody
bun
was just
covered up all the
walking.
flavors.
Somebody was just walking by my front window when I was doing that.
Now maybe
He's gonna
putting
get
some on a
home
cracker.
and he's gonna be torn. He was like, man, I really think I heard somebody screaming for help outside that guy's house right now. Oh, did I?
Or even a lettuce wrap would be better, but I would follow the directions and eat it straight from the tube. And then once we were done enjoying the rest of the Texas cheeseburger in a tube, we very politely cleaned off our mouth and our hands with the supplied wet wipe. Now this Texas cheeseburger in a tube is definitely not something you want to eat every day, but it's certainly
That's where the chemicals
worth
are right
keeping a
there.
tube or
The
two
Russian
in your
chemicals
book
that you
bag,
swipe
your
on
pocket,
you and you
your tackle box, your toolbox,
they can control you
just
now.
in case you get hungry.
You should have never used the wipe, amateur. They own you now. A chemical is banned here. Oh.
This is breaking news. ICE carrying out its first nationwide operation under the Trump administration, resulting in over 1,000 arrests. Arrests happening in multiple states, from New York to California and Illinois to Colorado. The arrests come as the Trump administration is moving rapidly to fulfill its promise to launch an historic mass deportation operation. Chicago's governor says he too wants violent criminals out of the country, but he's raising concerns about how the administration is carrying things out.
And I've said many times, violent criminals who are undocumented in this country should be deported. There is a federal law that allows that deportation. But when we're talking about undocumented people who have been living law-abiding lives and raising families in the United States, we need comprehensive immigration reform. We need to give them an opportunity to stay in this country legally.
This all comes as President Trump's border czar Tom Homan is now on the ground in Chicago to oversee the arrests himself. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Anna Koyman in New York City. It's Sunday, the 26th of January, 3 o'clock on the East Coast, and it's time for News Nation Now. We do have so much to cover today, so we're going to get right to that breaking news on Trump's immigration enforcement plans. And News Nation's Mills Hayes is live there for us in Chicago. What can you tell us about the scale of these operations and the specific criteria being used to identify these individuals who are being arrested?
Hey, Anna. Well, Chicago has some of the strongest sanctuary city protections, which prevent city police officers from cooperating with immigration agents. And Border Czar Tom Homan is in the Windy City this weekend, working with other federal agencies to make good on his promise of mass deportations. But Homan wasn't alone today. Acting Deputy Attorney General Emil Bove was also in Chicago on Sunday to see firsthand the operations. Federal agencies like the FBI, DEA, ATF, and the U.S. Marshals are all working with the Department of Homeland Security. The Deputy Attorney General said in a statement, "We will support federal, state, and local levels who join this critical mission to take back our communities. We will use all available tools to address obstruction and other unlawful impediments." The city of Chicago and its mayor, Brandon Johnson, have been adamant about the city's sanctuary city status. Democratic City Alderman Raymond Lopez slammed Johnson for his position earlier.
He's not concerned about the long-term undocumented Mexican immigrants that are here who've been waiting for a path to come out of the shadows. He's not concerned about the dreamers who have higher standards than even asylum seekers for how they have to behave in communities. He openly welcomes the city of Chicago to the asylum seekers that have come here over the last 4 years, spending $600 million to meet their every whim and need while neglecting his own African-American communities on the south and west side.
And Anna, a surprising guest with Border Czar Tom Homan today. Dr. Phil, the reality star, took to X to say that he was embedded with the Border Czar for ICE operations here in Chicago. We have also reached out about embedding with ICE and are hoping that they will get back to us. Anna?
Yeah, of course, we want to see how everything's going down, too. How are immigrant rights groups reacting to all this, Mills?
Well, you can imagine they're not happy right now, and they say that many undocumented migrants are avoiding going to work because they don't want to get rounded up by ICE. And on Saturday, several immigrant rights groups sued ICE seeking an injunction prohibiting certain types of immigration raids in Chicago. Vice President J.D. Vance was on CBS News this morning defending the Trump administration's decision to allow ICE agents in churches, hospitals, and schools.
If you had a violent murderer in a school, of course I want law enforcement to go and get that person out.
Of course.
So what's the point of the question?
You changed the regulation this week. That's the point of the question.
Exactly.
Giving the authority to go into churches and go into schools.
We empowered law enforcement to enforce the law everywhere to protect Americans.
Effect, a chilling effect, arguably, to people to not send their kids to school.
I desperately hope it has a chilling effect on illegal immigrants coming into our country.
And meanwhile, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says that he will stand up for the residents of the state of Illinois who are abiding by the law and also paying taxes. Anna?
And to be clear, under exigent circumstances, ICE agents were allowed to go into those sensitive spaces before, but this is making it easier for them. News Nation's Mills Hayes, thanks for joining us. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen.
I ended now. We're not going to have any more kitties. Too wet. And Sunday, so the news is pretty dried up. But thank you all for hanging. Ted Thomas, Davies Brown, Sis T, and everybody else might be here. See live and YouTube. See you again on the next one. Maybe I'll play some PUBG tonight. We'll see. I don't know. On the other channel. On that channel, the Dosher channel. How you two, Golden Coin? You too, Ted, thanks. And Discord is free. All right then. See y'all on the next one. Later, Bill.
Another one. Meow, 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 meow.